to too. So before I go back to Vice Chair Walker for a recap on what I know that we interrupted him before we went to recess, I'm going to go ahead and call for a roll call at this time, so we can go ahead and make sure we have enough of our colleagues here at the Naabik'íyáti committee to have a quorum. So again, it's 1:24 right now p.m. Today's date is Thursday, October 13th, 2022. This is a Naabik'íyáti committee meeting of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We are doing a roll call at this time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Beginning roll call with Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Present.
Excuse me, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Once more, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I am here. I apologize. I am here on the call. Thank you.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Kanez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanez Bakrati did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Good morning, present.
Honorable Herman Daniels answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'm present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good afternoon. Hello, is present. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, concession.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I am present. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I'm present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Juanica, Honorable Edison Juanica, Honorable Edison Juanica did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon,
Present.
Speaker Damon answered roll call. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So,
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Edison Juanica, Honorable Edison Juanica, Honorable Edison Juanica did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. And for the record, Speaker Damon, Honorable Rick Nez is still excused, correct?
Yes. Thank you very much. With that.
With that,
Go ahead.
excuse me, Honorable Speaker, with that, you have 17 delegates, including yourself, that are present.
Okay, great. And this is a 124 with 17 delegates, colleagues. We do have a quorum. So with that, let me go ahead and go back as we were on legislation 0149-22. And Chair Charles Newton just did her own pruning. Vice Chair Walker, we go over to you. I know that you're interrupted by that announcement earlier, so I'll go ahead and refer back to you, Vice Chair Walker. And then Honorable Elmer Begay was in the queue after that.
Yes, Chairman Damon, Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, though, Mr. Speaker, amendment is I had offered a motion for an amendment to this legislation. So the amendment was sent out during the last Naabik'íyáti Committee, or 45 days ago, when this legislation was tabled. So I would ask Office of Legislative Counsel or legislative staff to redistribute the amendment language, which would be amendment number 1, Hey, with that, Mr. Chairman, the Speaker. So if that can be read into the record, then I would motion for the amendment. Leila, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker, with that. Ms. Barbara, are you on the line? Anybody from Office Legislative Council?
Speaker, I'm sorry. I am on the line. This is Miss Barbara.
Okay, Ms. Barbara, I just wanted to make sure we have the right amendment that Mr. Rico, I don't know if you want to start off with, so let me go to Mr. Rico and Ms. Barbara. I guess I'll just start reading the heading and then just clarify that that's the right one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. The amendment that I have starts off with page 1, lines 13 and 14, delete and insert language as follows. After opposing, overstrike states and insert the. After peyote, insert new language, underscore, and masculine, the states, local governments, and United States territories. 2, page 2, line 5, insert new paragraph E as follows and re-letter remaining paragraphs. New paragraph E, underscore E, the Navajo Nation has a government-to-government relationship with the United States of America, Treaty of 1868, signed June 1st, 1868, proclaimed August 12th, 1868, 15 Stat 667. The Navajo Nation is a federally recognized tribe. End of new language. 3, page 3, line 8, insert new paragraph M as follows. New paragraph M, underscore, the Navajo Nation understands the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978 protects the rights of Native Americans to exercise their traditional religions by ensuring access to sites, use, and possession of sacred objects, and the freedom to worship through ceremonies and traditional rites. 42 U.S.C. 1996 PL 95-341, end of new language. 4, page 3, line 8, insert new paragraph in as follows. New paragraph in, underscore, the Navajo Nation understands Navajo people, including other American Indians, were historically persecuted and prosecuted for their ceremonial use of peyote for more than a century and had to fight numerous legal and political battles at the tribal, state, and federal levels to achieve the right to use peyote within their respected traditional, ceremonial, and cultural practices. End of new language. 5, page 3, line 8, insert new paragraph O as follows. New paragraph O, underscore, in 1967, the Navajo Nation government legalized peyote by passing resolution number CO-65-67 that amended to the Navajo Bill of Rights, declaring the freedom of religion as a basic human right, which made an exception to the Navajo Criminal Code to allow peyote to be used for religious purposes in the Navajo Nation. End of new language. 6, page 3, line 8, insert new paragraph P as follows. New paragraph P, underscore, in 2005, the Navajo Nation government amended the Navajo Nation Criminal Code 17 NNC, Section 394C, possession or sale of controlled substances. It states the listing of peyote, more commonly known as azé, in subsection A does not apply to the use of azé by an enrolled member of an Indian tribe for bona fide ceremonial purposes in connection with Nahaga. Individuals who use, possess, or transport azé for use in Nahaga are exempt from this prohibition, as it is lawful on the Navajo Nation. End of new language, or continue. This recognizes the use of azé peyote to be strictly used in a bona fide traditional ceremonial purpose, or in connection with the practice of a traditional Indian religion within the jurisdiction of the Navajo Nation, as in accordance with the American Indian Religious Freedom Act amendments of 1994, 42 U.S.C. 1996 APL 103-344, end of new language. 5, page 2, lines 5 and 6, overstrike the following. the Native American Church members, end of overstrike, and insert indigenous tribes. 8, page 2, line 12, amend as follows: tribal members whom are bona fide members of the overstrike Native American Church, and insert Azebe Nahaga consume. 9, page 2, line 14, insert new after the word ceremonies, insert new language underscore and for cultural purposes, end of new language. 10, page 2, line 16, overstrike in the Southwest United States, including Texas and in Mexico, end of overstrike, and insert new language underscore in the Southwest part of Texas and parts of Mexico, end of new language. 11, page 2, line 18, overstrike recreational use and end of overstrike. 12, page 2, line 24 and 25, delete overstrike by bona fide members of the Native American Church, end of overstrike, and replace with underscore for bona fide traditional ceremonial purposes in connection with the practice of a traditional Indian religion, end of the language, as stated in the 13, page 2, line 27, delete language as follows: overstrike the Native American Church traditional practitioners, end of overstrike, and insert Dene Aze Ye Nahadra, Dene Peyote practitioners, end of new language. 14, page 2, line 30, after the word peyote, insert underscore and mescaline, end of new language. 15, page 2, line 31, delete language overstrike Federal Controlled Substance Act, end of overstrike, and replace with underscore Federal Public Law 91-513, Comprehensive Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Act of 1970, end of new language. 16, page 3, line 6, delete overstrike authorization for bona fide members of the Native American Church to legally use peyote for religious purposes only, end of overstrike, and replace with PL 103-344, provided underscore new language that the use, possession, and transportation of peyote by an Indian for bona fide traditional ceremonial purposes in connection with the practice of a traditional Indian religion is lawful and shall not be prohibited by the United States or any state, end of new language. 17, page 3, line 16, into new paragraph A, and a new paragraph B as follows. New paragraph A underscore, the Navajo Nation hereby affirms that its position to protect and preserve our sacred Aze peyote by strongly opposing the decriminalization of peyote and mescaline in the United States of America. B, the Navajo Nation overstrike firmly opposes any state within the United States decriminalizing the use of peyote and end of overstrike. Insert new language underscore hereby, end of new language, urges all states, new language underscore local governments and territories in the United States to respectfully adhere, end of new language. 2, overstrike, limit the non-criminal use of peyote for religious, ceremonial, and cultural purposes only, as it is stated in overstrike, end of overstrike, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act Amendments of 1994, 42 U.S.C. 1996 APL 103-344. 18, renumber, reletter 16 paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. 19, conform the Navajo language spelling to Young Morgan, the Navajo language, a grammar and colloquial dictionary. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, is that, we did have that on the screen there. In everything red, is that correct?
Speaker, yes, it is. What is read into the record is what I am proposing in my motion.
All right. With that, on amendment number 1, there is a motion by Vice Chair Walker. And a second is my Honorable Otto. So now, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes.
Delegate James.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Charles Newton. And then I'll put Honorable Vince James in the queue. Madam Chair, what's yours at this time?
Thank you, Speaker. And then also, thank you, colleagues. Speaker, I don't want to apologize, but I'm going to say I'm sorry that the staff and yourself was put through, guess maybe the scariness of what just recently happened. I did send out an email asking to just reschedule Nabi for the sake of everybody's safety, but it sounds like everything was cleared out, everything was addressed. So I just want to say thank God for that, and nobody was hurt. Speaker, I do want to point out, colleagues, and I did forward this email. This amendment was presented to the board at the October 9th, 2022 ABND executive, I think it's the EO and then the board special meeting. I also included in the email the sign-in sheet as well as the agenda and the letter that was sent to us by the board president, Mr. Willie Tracy. In that, I did point out that the exact amendment was presented to the board and it was voted down. There were 7 in favor of the amendment and there were 9 who opposed. I did send the letter on the official letterhead that was dated October 10th, 2022 to council, and the exact amendment that was read into the record is the amendment that was voted down by the board. I'm a little bit scared, I will state, because I'm praying that the amendment gets voted down. And the reason for that is, per my email, the council would be overstepping what the board has already decided. And granted, the statement was made that we are council, we can make those amendments. However, the Azepenaga, they are, they have their own elected officials, they have their own board in place. They have, per their resolution, they have the authority to make decisions on behalf of their members because they are board members voted in. And initially there was a debate or a fight between the task force and then also the board. And during that time, it did come to surface through the various emails that were being sent out to council, which is why we voted to table the legislation and send it back to the board. And it was very specific in that I know that there was a work session that was requested at that time, but we sent it back to the board because this is a board that deals with the culture within the Navajo Nation. And then, the Navajo Nation, people outside the Navajo Nation do view this as a church. And so we do have the president, Mr. Willie Tracy, Speaker. I would like to ask him to speak on this so that he can inform council about that meeting, because I don't want to overstep. We are the government. And I've never, ever seen a government tell a religion what they, I guess, how to function and what to do. And in this case, this particular 0149-22, it is a legislation that the board called upon Law and Order Committee, and they asked for our help. And I've been going by what the board wants. Granted, the task force, which is not the board, they report to the board. They're asking for this amendment. And I'm really, it makes me really nervous to think that if we vote on this amendment, we're going against what the board voted on already. And in essence, we are the government telling Azepenaga Nation what to do. And, to me, I think that opens us up for a lawsuit. We are only going by what the board has asked us to do, and we are going by what the board has voted on. And in this case, per the letter that was sent to us by Mr. Willie Tracy, Jr., the president of Azet Ben Nagaha, he did state that the amendment that was presented by the POD task force, which is the same amendment that Delegate Thomas Walker is trying to present today, was voted down by the board. So I am a council delegate, and I'm not ready to tell a religion what to do. I can only stand beside them and assist them, which is what 0149-22 is doing. So I'm a little bit nervous about this, Speaker, and what I would like to do is give the floor at this time to Mr. Willie Tracy, who is the president of Azet Ben Aga of Diné Nation, to give him the opportunity to speak about this amendment that is being presented to us at this time. Speaker, if I am in order, I would like to call upon him to speak to the amendment that has been provided. And he can give you guys the exact same information that I'm sharing right now, that the board voted this amendment down. Speaker Damon?
Madam Chair, there was no questions or comments to Mr. Willie Tracy at this time, so I'm gonna go back to the floor. If there's
Speaker, I'm asking as a council delegate, I'm asking, can we ask him
Point of order.
about this amendment?
if it comes back to asking the individual who is the president, I would go back
Point
to
of
the
order,
sponsor and then get
Otto.
back. With that, hold on, Madam Chair. Honorable Otto So, good afternoon. What is your point of order?
Yes, not going to cite a rule, but I believe the agent is right now is who's proposing the amendment is Honorable Walker. So Mr. Tracy is not Honorable Walker's agent at this time. So Mr. Speaker, just keep the meeting in order so we could continue to move forth on the floor, because the amendment right now here belongs to the Tribal Council and the request that Honorable Walker has made. So thank you very much.
Thank you for yes, raising your point of order. Again, Madam Chair Charles Lewin, I'm going to go back to Vice Chair Walker. And then from that point, I'm going to Honorable Elmer Brigade and then back to Vice Chair Walker. And then at that point, if there's any further questions to a response from Mr. Tracy, then I'll go ahead and get the floor to him. But at this time, there's no further response. So with that, Honorable Elmer Brigade. Well, I mean, not Honorable Elmer Brigade, Honorable Vince James, sorry. Elmer Brigade, you were on the main motion. Honorable Vince James, floor is yours.
Speaker, Adonana, Kodod, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. Adod, Chisna Ash, Kodo Amendment, Behadin Snato, Kwaki in Hitato, Nilsos, not Sos Leniki, Ako Kodod, in the Atikit Leniki, Haila, Hadetla, 18 Sos Leniki, non-shla chokot na adikit linigi she hollo ako ado 888 na sos nail so ziki kodo yen di ke hona au ni je yel traiki ide akwaki na adikit linigi hollo ako 888 Nihiche Hatzi Kodo, Nihil Ishtan Ela, she Kododo, she not the kid hollow the dots at all lako. Ako the quick or shinty Kodo, Niche Yel Traiki, bahna atish kit ako di large iki jo e kodo not sauce lenin hitch kolia ako edi that's a task force iki that's in hitch koila edo that's at the board iki that's in koila go edi da kodo na ha ya bidil sauce be had the dil na do need ako di the question ya nache bige test so das link nache hadot so no ko ado laho ni di gi sa leni be na das ne lo dalia ako kwai gi ba na di dish ke ko di kui go shi the new insert that higi and ni di gi I have questions for item number 3 Ado Nana item number 4 of the inserts. Ado, if you read further down on page 2, Alto Akwaki the line 10 Alto Kwaki Kashinal Sos Nail Sozeki Benabed dish kitten so Ado Nana line 12 Wikito ako kodo itil ado halit au iti ban sa kisla halit ba yat kito halit ba so this case jukut ako nana item number 15 dot honanat ako di higi na kiko hot ze ben hagado kodo peyodi bedi niniki jo hot to lahot abaka ko halit au alsail yashagi do kot eda jinin halo di kodo the Federal Controlled Substance Act no ko bige testo lahot any bi na has do sli ko shahanit aita ya hajo ana agatit ahitan lenita aita hajo Naabik'íyáti di kodo eze ben haga ajbenat ahtan leniki do niet ya ajbenan shidated any ako halit audi kodo bekedo anta ya islaho anal nilako jokot out di kodo khishinal sos nail so digi hodat ehona na bedish kiln so ko ada jesa na khahwidil alto shahwidil alto akot au na dikit deni di the quick machine betrata easy iya bahna de dishkilako kut out iya khasti to lesantionale speaker ado and dashna ash honorable Towns Walker la kwetidole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the sponsor of the amendment, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. And then there was a question too as well to Ms. Tracy. Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. The chair of the Naabik'íyáti committee, the speaker, although the questions posed by Honorable Vince James for engaging us in thoughts like that and the need for different information and perhaps clarifications to your questions. The vice president of the Nation, Mr. Albert Johnson, also is the chairman of the task force who's charged with this responsibility of putting together the legislative effort that we are looking at here today. Although with Mr. Johnson are several other individuals who are board members of the Nation and some are members that are assisting Mr. Johnson. And I had the opportunity to sit in their task force meetings. So from day one, I am aware of the development of this amendment. Echo, Aba Akunson. Although I would ask Speaker to allow Albert Johnson to respond to the several questions posed by Honorable Vince James, Mr. Speaker, Chairman of Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Thank you very much. With your agent there, Vice Chair Walker, I'll go to Mr. Johnson at this time. Mr. Johnson? I have to press *6. I heard something. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson going on the third time. That, Vice Chair Walker, I'll go back to you.
Yes, Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, though, Mr. Speaker, I believe the technology is sometimes the issue with our virtual meetings here. I would respectfully request that Mr. Johnson be given the floor when he gets back on the call, or when he gets on the call, Mr. Chairman. Although, if you can go to the next question or the next speaker, I would appreciate that. Allow time to our agent to speak out of respect and diplomacy here. The Nevenant, that echo. Echo. I ask that speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As soon as we get Mr. Johnson on the line, we can go to him for a response. At this time, there was a question though to Mr. Tracy. So, Mr. Tracy, are you on the line?
Yes, I am, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead if you want to respond to Madam Chair Charles Newton's question. Okay.
Oh, Honorable Speaker, members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, your advisors, your legal team, your staff, and everyone that's in the gallery or everyone that's listening in. Honorable Charles Newton for the sponsorship of this legislation. Yat Eshikona Shadetji Hodina, Maideshki Sanahapi Bashichin, Nanesht Ejetachini, Eyam, Tashichedo Deschini, Eyatashinale, Ano Soyat in Hidini Dolil. Ado and the members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, on August 31st, that was the first time this legislation 0149-22 so as though it was read into the record. Akonde Eyam Ado as agency ado present Naabik'íyáti. Abit said there was a document that was sent out to all the members of Nabi. That document, there was only 3 amendments. The one that was just recently, or the one that's just now read into record. It's still being reviewed by Legislative Council's office. Now, we've scheduled a special meeting Sunday on October 9th, 1 p.m. at Shenli. At that time, this document, same document, it was not dispersed until we provided time for task force to provide the amendments or PowerPoint. But the board requested that they needed and wanted hard copies. The same document So task force, they were afforded time to provide a presentation through a PowerPoint and then, of course, verbally. We went down each one of them. Number 1, First Amendment to Lay 17, after each presentation, I, as the presiding president at that meeting, requested to the board if there were any concerns, recommendations, advisements on each one of them, all the way 1 to 17. Okay, well, I guess it's acceptable. But come time to vote on the amendment resolution, the results was 7 was in favor and 9 opposed on the amendments. There was 0 abstentions. I hope that accommodates the question that was posed earlier. There is a whole lot more to say, but just on that's how I like to respond, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Then I do have Honorable Paul Begay, and then Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Paul Begay, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Speaker Damon, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. There seems to be, let me go with the legislation itself. We have 2 different groups of people, and one is for and one is opposed. We don't have a consensus on this or even the amendment. So it's kind of hard. We as like my Honorable Chair Charles Newton was saying, we as lawmakers, it's kind of a very tender issue to try to legislate this, knowing that it's for religious purpose. Of course, amendment aliyah, don't vote it down aliyah. La. But in we have certain groups also that is saying that other legislation, the board other present aliyah. Junninki hollo. Other amendment though
During that meeting, consider Ilya. So it was voted down. Oko Adon Hayat Iki, he did sponsor of the legislation. Iki na kindal ego eya bayas kitole. We know that Mr. Willie is the president. Ado sa akisha. Mr. Benali. That's not ABNDN. So what ego eya but not but ego eya. You speak on behalf of your group. So quite a short nedo do basakot eda. Do eya not yes the chunningi hollow. Accord Oban Sakis go cut. This needs further work. Ajo hastel yago. Arobach skins ilna koid at in the or not yet I kagi. Pinigi best ego eya cut ego bado links. Cardinal ego eya. There is a division. Not here. There's two separate groups. Or ego eya. You're not sure. Kito Ajoy that the Lincolnson. I think my recommendation would be to just have a work session done for this. Ajo at Kento. Ajo Asa yet down see Kisko. Adonan Eya Ishmas Ambatato Nadoti Jokote. Katnish Ingo Hote. Adoti amendment will get it a bonus. Accord Tatoti members than Lenki Aya to Tatana. Other nobody said anything in opposition or for when it was presented, when this amendment was presented. But the vote tells us that there are a group that are not happy with it, not satisfied with it. Chair Damon, I do believe that a work session should be in order so that we could both parties could all be on the same page when it comes back to the council. Chair Damon, thank you.
Honorable Paul Bouillet, are you motioning to have a work session on legislation 0149-22 at this time?
Chair Damon, at this time, based on my thought, based on the conversation, that it's not clear that the legislation is agreed upon with all parties. Yes, I do recommend that we move to having a work session, and I'll motion that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I guess to have a work session, more understanding between both parties and have them both present to the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. My question then is, how long would you would like to have this referred back to the council or back to the Naabik'íyáti Committee? Within what time frame? Within 30 days, 45 days? Honorable Bouillet.
Thank you again, Chair Damon. I believe there is a need to resolve this issue. So I think 30 days would be sufficient. and you don't have to take 30 days. The sooner we get this resolved, it will help ABNDN to continue with their work. Thank you.
Okay, so no more than 30 days then. All right, with that, colleagues, there's a motion to motion to refer legislation to a Naabik'íyáti committee work session on a referral motion by Honorable Paul Begay for no more than 30 days, and that this work session have both parties present I guess from Mr. Willie Tracy's group, and then the individuals who are supporting the efforts for an amendment like this, that they both present to Naabik'íyáti committee at that work session, which will happen within 30 days. With that, colleagues, on this referral motion,
Delegate James.
is there a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second, my Honorable Vince James. With that, referral motion, there's no debate. Let's go to the board.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable
Green.
Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, Dr. Shinka.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. I'm going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yellow votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber
Delegate
Knez
Brown votes
Bacrati.
green.
Excuse me, Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bacrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bacrati did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater
votes
and
green.
Honorable Pernell Halona both vote green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much with that, colleagues. On legislation 0149-22, the motion for motion to refer that legislation back to a Naabik'íyáti committee work session with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. So with that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, there will be a work session on legislation 0149-22 in 30 days.
Thank you, Speaker. Really quickly,
That moving on, colleagues, on the hello?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Speaker, I apologize. So I'm good with the work session. Speaker, I sent you an email asking to be excused. I need to prepare documents for the investment committee. I just had my meeting with them. So if I could be excused for the rest of NABI today, Speaker, while I get together those documents for the public safety facility buildings.
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues, everyone.
With that, colleagues, we're moving on down to item number 7, new business. Legislation 0108-22. Sponsors by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsor Honorable Nathaniel Brown. That, Mr. Rico, you go ahead and have that read into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0108-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council repealing 9 NNC Section 2C of the Genetic Marriage Act of 2005, to uniformly recognize all marriages within the Navajo Nation and amending other provisions in Title IX related to marriage within the Navajo Nation. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So and co-sponsored by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. We do have committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend the legislation failed with no amendment. A committee report from the Law and Order Committee, the legislation do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee, the legislation do not pass without amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Again, colleagues, on legislation 0108-22, this legislation is destined for council. That, is there a motion, colleagues? Colleagues, on legislation 0108-2, is there a motion?
Delegate Brown will motion.
Motion by Honorable Brown. Is there a second? Second going twice. Second going 3 times. That, moving on down. Number B, legislation 0151-22, sponsored by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Dame myself. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read in legislation 0151-22 into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0151-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committee approving the Division of Economic Development application for the State Small Business Credit Initiative under the Federal American Rescue Plan Act. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee. The legislation failed to get a second motion. Legislation does move on to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Naabik'íyáti is the final authority per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, is there a motion on legislation 0151-22? On legislation 0151-22, the final authorities here at Naabik'íyáti Committee, is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Honorable Chairman Yazzie, second by who was second? I didn't see that.
Delegate Slater.
Honorable Slater, sorry. Honorable Vice Chair Slater. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? And twice?
Speaker,
Yes. Vice Chair Slater, you have questions?
there's a proposed amendment to clarify some language.
Okay, with that, one Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland, you have 20 minutes on the board. Floor is yours. Motion was by Chairman Yazzie. Honorable Freeland?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator colleagues and staff and everyone on this call. Of course, we're all thankful that nothing took place further than what we experienced earlier this morning. So we're all thankful for that. this legislation is a legislation that is asking for the approval of the Division of Economic Development application for the State Small Business Credit Initiative under the Federal American Rescue Plan Act. What DED is going to do is going to apply for a grant through the U.S. Department of Treasury, and it's going to be initiated through DED, and the focus is going to be on our small businesses and small businesses recovery. So that's really the gist of the legislation. I do have two agents. I do have Mr. Douglas Capitan, who works with the Division of Economic Development. I also have Ms. Jordan Oglesby with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. I'm going to go ahead and give each of them a little bit of time to just talk a little bit about the legislation and the efforts put forth by DED and DOJ together. So, Mr. Capitan, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Agents, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Oops, sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Douglas Capitan. I am the
Yes.
Support Services Department Manager for the Division of Economic Development. And I have along with me Jordan Oglesby, who's from the Department of Justice with the Navajo Nation. Okay, so I want to start to clarify that when we first introduced this legislation, originally we had a Treasury deadline on September 1st that was moved to October 31st of this month. So we're preparing the final documents and final items that are required for the application to proceed for us to submit to Treasury. So today I'll present a brief overview of the State Small Business Credit Initiative Program, which I'll refer to interchangeably as SSBCI. And review the development of the Navajo SSBCI, so we may officially seek the necessary authorizations to submit the application to Treasury. So this program provides federal funding in the form of lending and investment programs to the tribes to distribute to a range of different programs that support small businesses through a way that hasn't been really accessible by businesses on the Navajo Nation, or let alone any reservation in the United States. So originally established in 2010, the SSBCI program was seen as highly successful. Through the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, the U.S. Treasury expanded the program to include tribal governments. So before this occurrence of us being able to apply for SSBCI, it was only available to states. So SSBCI allocated a minimum of $500 million to tribal governments, who then will distribute the funds to support the funding needs of businesses owned by the tribe and or its tribal citizens. ARPA also provides funding for technical assistance to provide Navajo businesses with support that they need to repay the loans and for technical support to have their business succeed. So the purpose of the SSBCI is to provide populations that have been historically underserved, which the Navajo Nation is. To explain further, properly functioning capital and credit makes markets helps create markets and helps entrepreneurs do business. They also provide a means for the business to collect capital and provide necessary financial resources for them to grow or start up. Having access to credit financing and capital in particular, resources outside government funds are really hard to find if you live within the Navajo Nation. What the biggest component of that is tribal sovereignty rules and regulations that are imposed on our lands. A person cannot really legally own the land that they live on if they live within the Navajo Nation boundaries. So if a business needs to borrow money or finance a tractor, the collateral for it is very difficult to have or to provide a financial institution. But there are other reasons why financial resources are difficult for Navajo businesses to attain. Banks or financial institutions do have a hesitancy to, due to rigid policies. Borrower's credit history may also affect the decision to lend money. The lack of collateral, lack of experience with the financial world, lender and investors not understanding tribal government issues, historical distrust of banks and tribes, as well as discrimination. So the SSBCI program also is intended to help overcome those barriers. So that way our businesses can receive the necessary financial means for them to expand and do what they need to do. In 2021, DED drafted and compiled all of the necessary items for the application of intent. We drafted this letter of intent with our Navajo businesses in mind and began working on planning how we would develop our program. So the Navajo Nation selected 2 programs through the SSBCI program. And we put them through a vigorous discussion with our community partners, as well as our local economic development specialists. These programs are designed to promote capital and access to Navajo small businesses. And they're the loan participation program, which I might call the LPP. And then there's the loan guarantee program, LGP. US Treasury has established a structure in how these programs are to be dispersed with their funds and how the programs are to be administered. The SSBCI program is scheduled for a 10-year period. So if we receive the funds, we'll receive the funds likely in 2023. So the funds will last until 2033. Currently, we are in the development application phase of the process. We expect the program to be up and running probably within the second quarter, if not the third, but for sure within the fiscal year of 2023. With regard to the Navajo SSBCI program, we are currently finishing the application, as I said earlier. And with the approval of this legislation, we can finalize our application to submit to Treasury. With the Navajo Nation's allocation, we received about $89 million. This is the largest of the over 400 allocations that were provided to tribal governments throughout the United States. And I believe that we are the 19th if we ranked among states. I know that we do have a larger allocation than Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. So it's a rather sizable financing program that we're able to provide our Navajo businesses. We're not asking for any Navajo money or funding. The funding is provided both by the US Treasury through this program, as well as outside financial means through a one-to-one match with our financial partners. So as we move forward, DED will continue to further develop the program and continue to work on our networks and collaborate with local organizations and financial institutions to meet the needs of the Navajo businesses. We currently have a community-based program that is assisting us with our first 2 programs. They are then partnered with financial institutions that will be able to provide that one-to-one match and provide those loans and loan guarantees to the Navajo businesses that apply for them. So with regard to eligibility, those who qualify must be considered a SETI-owned business. SETI is the acronym for Socially and Economically Disadvantaged Individuals, as defined by the federal government. So that would be all 100% of Navajo-owned businesses would be SETI-owned businesses. Regionally speaking, to be eligible, it'll include those areas where the Navajo Nation is located. So this includes all of the 4 corner states: Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah. Corporations, partnerships, and sole proprietorships are also considered eligible, as well as nonprofits and cooperatives. So our program will really be expansive. We'll have target businesses less than 500 employees, and provide that need for them to create jobs and therefore stabilize communities and really build up the Navajo Nation economy. From the inception, we have kept our Navajo-owned businesses and entrepreneurs as our central focus, which is why we began our discussions with our community partners who are all Navajo-based. Their input was truly valuable, and I think that through that partnership, it's going to continue to succeed. So if there's anything else that I miss, I would like to give our attorney, Jordan Oglesby, an opportunity to wrap up anything that I might have skipped.
Thank you, Doug. I do want to just emphasize a couple points. I just want to thank you, everyone. My name is Jordan Oglesby. I'm an attorney with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. Just to build off of what Doug just stated, this opportunity has never before been offered to tribes. So this will be the first time the Navajo Nation will participate in such a program. I also wanted to emphasize that through this program with SSBCI, the Navajo Nation will not be providing grants through the funds received from Treasury, but rather the purpose of this program is to create access to capital. So with the Navajo SSBCI program, like Doug stated, be focusing on the loan guarantee and loan participation programs. So again, those are not direct grants to Navajo small businesses. Those are the only points I wanted to emphasize, Doug. So I'll turn it back to you or Delegate Freeland. Thank you.
I have nothing to add. Thank you, Jordan. I'll give it back to you, Delegate Freeland.
Mr. Capitan and Ms. Oglesby. Speaker and colleagues, we humbly ask for your support of this very, very important legislation that will give an opportunity to our small business owners and small businesses on the Navajo Nation. And it's a great opportunity for them and for the Navajo Nation. So, thank you. And Speaker, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Honorable Slater, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Can Mr. Rico or Ms. Hanalachni Anderson please amendment?
With that, Mr. Rico, do you have that amendment?
Speaker, I do. I'll read it into the record. Amendment number 1 on page 4, line 28, delete DED and insert controller. 2 on page 4, line 29, insert the DED before the words to implement the City Council amendment, which Mr. Speaker, I lost connection, so let me reread that amendment. Amendment number 1 on page 4, line 28, delete DED and insert controller. 2 on page 4, line 29, insert the DED before to implement the Navajo SSBCI program. 3 on page 5, line 1, delete DED and insert the Navajo Nation. 4, renumber later succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other council amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. With that, yeah, we go back to the floor. I do have a motion by Honorable Vice Chair Slater on Amendment 1. Is there a second?
Freeland.
Second by Honorable Freeland. With that, colleagues, any comments or questions on Amendment 1? One twice. One 3 times. Let's go to the board on Amendment 1.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Kinez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kinez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kinez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable
I vote
Charlene
green.
So. Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, that is a show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Also votes green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable
green.
Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
With that, colleagues, on legislation 0151-22, Amendment 1 passes with 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries. With that, we are going back to the main motion. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Any other further comments or questions on legislation 0151-22? Ace. And 3 times. That, Mr. Rico, we get a second reading, and then we'll go ahead and go to the board on the main motion with 1 amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, you have 1 amendment. Amendment number 1 on page 4, line 28, delete DED and insert controller. 2 on page 4, line 29, insert the DED before to implement the Navajo SSBCI program. 3 on page 5, line 1, delete DED and insert the Navajo Nation. 4, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other council amendment, which language shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, let's go to the board on legislation 0, on the main motion on legislation 0151-22 with 1 amendment.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable
green.
Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So,
I
how
vote
do you
green.
vote? Excuse me, Honorable Charlene So votes green. Once more, Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So.
votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable
I vote
Thomas
green.
Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much with that vote, colleagues. On legislation 0151-22, we have 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries. That, the final authority who was here at Naabik'íyáti committee on that legislation, So with that, let's go ahead and continue on, moving on down on our agenda. Item number C, legislation 0156-22, sponsors by Honorable Otto So. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read that legislation into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0156-22 in action relating to Law and Order Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and Navajo Nation Council, confirming the probationary appointment of Cecilia Tallman as Navajo Nation District Court Judge. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. There is a committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the
Speaker, Rico went on mute.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? That, colleagues, on legislation, sorry, got cut off there. On legislation 0156-22, as Mr. Rico indicated, this legislation goes to Navajo Nation Council. So with that, colleagues, on legislation 01516-22, can I get a motion?
Speaker, I motion Thomas Walker.
Second, Delegate Paul McGee.
Thank you very much. With that, Vice Chair Walker, motion, second by Honorable Paul McGee. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? One twice.
Question, Delegate Daniel So.
That was a question by Chairman Daniel So. Moving over to Honorable Otto So. We have 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you very much. You guys hear me?
Oh.
Okay. There's only the process, this legislation, which has been read into the record, has gone through a certain process that requires a process for the appointment process for our judges follow. And at this time, the individual that we are appointed, that is requesting to be appointed as a district court judge, has applied and has gone through the process, the formal process, which the formal process has been gone through an application period. The judicial branch has their certain process that they go through to vet the application, and it's forward to the Judicial Conduct Commission. From there, the Judicial Conduct Commission makes the recommendation whether the individual is qualified or not in many aspects pertaining to the qualification for the judge or the appointee who is or the individual that is requesting to be appointed to the bench. Years ago, the process was that it went through the oversight committee to make the recommendation. And a lot of these recommendations, the issue of delegates supporting or not supporting has influenced a lot of our courts. And I always say the influence is pretty much the politics. But we needed to try to find a way to take the politics out of the selection of our judges at this time. And but we have started that process pertaining to the selection process at this time. But the appointee right now is the probationary appointee is Cecilia Tallman from Western Navajo. I do not have any ties or relation with the individual, but I know that the individual had many years experience within the court. And as the Western delegate from the Western Navajo Agency to the Oversight Committee, I was asked to introduce this legislation. So I agreed to. Ms. Tallman has gone through the process that requires the due diligence that the Judicial Conduct Commission has vetted the individual and has deemed that the individual, Ms. Cecilia Tallman, is qualified for the position of a probationary appointment of the Navajo Nation Judicial Court, Navajo Nation District Court Judge. Ako hapehas anik ako ko ya. But it's ananasya go it is inki ne ko yeni ya. Pati lato ko yeni ya. Benanis lato ya hun to yinel anigo ate ya abika holya. Therefore, this legislation that I was asked to draw this piece of legislation has meant the requirement by what the law says. And then we went through the Oversight Committee at Law and Order, and with Law and Order, we have gotten a supporting vote for this particular legislation, and the committee has voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. So this particular legislation now goes to Naabik'íyáti committee for your consideration. But at this time, the judicial branch has the need for judges throughout the Navajo Nation. And we are just trying to fill these positions that are open on the Navajo Nation so that we can continue to provide the services that the judicial branch provides to the Navajo people in direct services. our judges, yakon, bitahuye, so, Aron Datida, Sanin Lenige, Cecilia Talman, Arla Yahunzen, Nek Echi Ayego Yashki, Aron da Ajo Hashinza, Gopenan, Yila. A coco epe, coco kodo could open Nia, and Hakoshi, could ebe ani benasta. Okay, with that, Shannon, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Damon, could I give some time to Ms. Cecilia Tallman to provide some introduction of who she is at this time? Yeah.
Put me over the queue.
Thank you very much with that, Honorable Honorable. So that, let me go ahead and go to your agent, Ms. Tallman. Floor is yours. Ms. Tallman? I have to press *6. Honorable Otto, so.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm not sure if she's on the line, but Judicial Branch has had her on the line earlier. But I think it's due to the fact of what happened earlier today with the active shooter, which that leadership was indicated to vacate the building. And I was at the council chambers at the time when we were told that. So I'm assuming that our agent didn't get back on due to the fact that maybe that Nabi wasn't going to happen. Sarah, I think Ms. Tallman is on the line.
Thank you very much,
Hello.
Honorable Otto. So, Ms. Cecilia Tallman, are you on the line now?
Can you hear me?
Is this Ms.
Hello?
Tallman?
Yes, it is.
Good afternoon. I can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got kicked off, so. Okay. Yat Shinand Ani the Noslini, so the Ashla no Zengo, Ehe, Dique, or Asi, Dibini and I see Shitne, Adon, the Ade, Shidneda Noslini, Ade, I see not idol, so that was back here. Ado did Shea should adjudicate Cecilia Tallman, the Shijane. Do touchy ni song, tutness on the Bashin. There's a sunny that should nalle Aron the Todage in a that should say. Tonanes this day, you see Nasha. Tonas this the Ashish Chindo Ashiyaho. Ado, betray J Seppi. Shna a large Narande, it's the better on send that Tully has with the end there, Twin Lakes there, are the council delegate in Lean there. You see, a large Nara. Shan, Ado, Shamado Shade, Asa, and not Aj, Shama Evelyn Tallman in the end. Do Shizay Daniel Tallman in the end. Aro aqua toniness is there what the whole trial the Adishia 1978 and down Aden Abatra in the Hashi Shonley National Bana Shande Aronda Lekin Sanjigo Ajigo. Nail Trat, Hutao Tragi, Northern Arizona University, Ade. Bachelor of Science degree, like 1986, and easy by Tragi, political science. Although my minor was history. Although one tribe kere Mr. Soya had a Shananish not in the Adahunt inge a quail national show. Sebita Dashanache. All addition a paralegal secretary, a Shananish there. Ado and Bikere a court clerk Nana. A Bikere and a probation officer. Our probation officer in Sloan, a Navajo Nation Bar Association license, Isespa, late 2003 and okay, I don't know that she's a 2005 and a public defender's office. I could put on this the other. Now, Nishana that Walia than Lingi ADD article, Bakana Schwarten that the A addition Nish not ego, Istlats Ada, Nache. A call A with our need. Ehudness seen a call do the Shananish Enigi Shitin Anasko non sinoben non classical non source Strahi should never cut this within so a article non Binyan non source or up in Estle though the law is changing every single day, so a benache could so if you had get additional Nana Ado Mr. Otto So she had legislation no sponsor in la could Mr. Speaker if you had
Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure if I ran out of time, but I just would like to indicate that at this time, the applicant who has applied for the judge, Ms. Cecilia Tallman, has been deemed qualified by the Navajo Judicial Conduct Commission, which is made up of former Chief Justice and other positions who have their profession in the field of being a judge, who understands the need in the writing and the reading, and to be a person in this position. This position is very crucial. The Judicial Conduct Commission has reviewed many different applicants. Some applicants that they have reviewed have came back as not deemed not qualified. And therefore, when the Judicial Conduct Commission approved Ms. Cecilia Tallman, and they made that referral to the President of the Navajo Nation, which Mr. Jonathan Nez, the Honorable President of the Navajo Nation, has issued an appointment and recommended Cecilia Tallman in a letter dated August 30th, 2022, regarding judicial appointment. and the president of the Navajo Nation recommended that it will be forwarded to the Navajo Nation Council for final action. Ako e ade so e ya hinan a ya an hit sni. This legislation is the document of the legislative branch. The Oversight Committee, the Law and Order Committee, has made their recommendation and decided to move the legislation forward. Even na at exchange could Naabik'íyáti adin hitate nishish. Ako kodo ba nasit kodo ya tinan kodo di Naabik'íyáti has ni nishin khasla. Na di kito khat in shin sto kwa ba na do kit hot ego ko so behed ani ya be ohni higin khasla. Ako epe nash ego ko shinan Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. I'm gonna yield the floor back to you. We have completed our presentation to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you very much, Naabik'íyáti Committee, for listening to us this long. And as I indicated, we do stand for questions. You yield the floor to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back. If you're just joining us, we are on legislation 0156-22. It's sponsored by Honorable So. This is confirming the probationary appointment of Cecilia Tallman as the Navajo Nation District Court Judge. So with that, we do have a motion. We do have a second. Let me go ahead and go to the floor. I do have Chairman Daniel So in the queue. Chairman, good afternoon. The floor is yours at this time.
Okay, Chair Damon, Speaker Damon, Otto and I, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Otto Satsila, Honorable Otto So, Betan how did I need that on in so Kudo Ea Hasin so the Anahoy Ahi Sabidol Zinkligi Nitato Ninlos Ado Kudo the Biza She Daniel So in Shido Benjakin and Sloan and it's Kachini, Basashin, especially does a Chido Nabani, that's another. The very eastern edge of the Navajo Nation. Not made Jean. Well, you know, I don't Kokoro Sato, Igasi, Francis Casey, Ito, Halito, Bawan, Zanigi, Ixato, United Skidoli, Condabalagan, Cacho, Sadigi, Bedis. To the candidate to be the probationary judge, Ms. Cecilia Tallman. In your work, how do you see the three-branch government? Do we have a balance of power, or do you see it as being overloaded in one direction as opposed to the other? So that would be my question to you. Thank you, Speaker. And then the other intent purpose was to actually hear your presentation on your work experience. So that's how come I posed the question to
hear the introductory remarks. With that, Chair Damon, back to you.
Thank you very much. And with that, Honorable Chairman Daniel So, let me go ahead and continue on down. I'm going to go to Honorable Eugene So, and then I'm going to come back to you, Honorable Otto So, you and your agent, Ms. Tallman, for a response. So at this time, Honorable Eugene So, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Hey, yeah, that's check. Honorable First
Oh, oh,
You got a good name, Honorable. Oh, as so yeah, I let up a that the but the Irish case in the I read the national back at the lead seat and now it not low on this case. That on center. In regards to just recently, I got two individuals that confronted me. I guess I might have a little power, but I don't think I do. In regards to jail, one person just said that he was in jail for 54 days with no charges. They finally let him go. And the other one, no charges also, ended up in the hospital for being beat up by the police department. And the toll took his ride and now collecting money on the baby now $1,000. Would you allow that? Would you allow to ask the prosecutor or to get these charges out of order down that on the house without no charge? And but although we're taking a life away from the people being in jail where they should be working. One guy said he was working in Phoenix. He was held in Chinle jail for 54 days. That seems that although stayed upon this case, I'm trying to think what I can say to him. And then also in the correction, that's why I was trying to get a legislation so where whistleblowers, they can say what they want to say about their the bosses, what's going on. They can talk about it. They on the no, it's not that. Because these aggie has unwritten there's a lot of others. And this is just a recent one that I just got. How long will we keep that up? What age? And then I always ask the judiciary, where we don't have to fight crime for the rest of our life. Because every day the crime rises. Every day we ask for more money for police department. Now our 638 contract, it doesn't even have enough money in there for the population that we have. What are the as a judge? In that case, there's a chain of command where a judge can't say nothing regards to the human beings that on the Navajo Nation. We have rights. There's a democracy. The veterans. And that's why we're here as a council delegate. The good name says honorable and the front of it. It's in the radio call. When are we going to face it? So it is this case. Quite open to have to sit over the coso hard a sheet. I need to kill now deal the data the cream on city. Going to be after. I'm going to take a different trail after that. I've been riding with these 24th Navajo Nation Council almost 4 years. So in that case, in that regard, I would really want something done
Out of all the house, out of the over the hand, the house can without no charge. Was it best editor? Before they were sued because of the water and the sewer inside the jailhouse. But not all you that is caused a correction for a long time. Some are still the same. Because I have a consent. So it could out so it has out the highlight to the hotel need and so it is also about some case of this. Oh, she had sitting later. She did tend to can see that for the teeny, but she's seen can answer she thought what's on the area. Is that another that. So she had I'll stand behind you with your judging those in your inside or your else. Never know how you are shit out. It's now on that case of a share. Auto, cloning so the ego can should there you go, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So let me go ahead and go back now to Honorable Otto. So Honorable Otto, so you and Miss Cecilia Tallman at this time for response.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and then members of the council. And before I turn the floor over to Miss Cecilia Tallman, I just really would like to indicate that the puente has anjit da ayego abahas pertaining to the issue of the judge's position. Our judges have to be impartial. They have to be impartial at every hearing, whether because each case is different. And I know that at times, sometimes leadership tries to, I always say, fish in the sea for other areas that will try to create some sort of impartiality. Even just to get a stance on a certain ruling that has been made, or a ruling we have to make sure that when they go to when these defendants come before them, if Ms. Tallman is confirmed by the council, that we have to make sure that every time you get to that table, to the bench there, the judge has impartial views, because of each case is always different. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Ms. Tallman to answer the questions that directly was posed to her by Chairman Daniel So, and the questions from Shananda Eugene So. With that, can I turn the floor over to Ms. Tallman?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Tallman, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Speaker Dole, Mr. So, Otto So, and Daniel So, and Eugene So. I would like to start with Mr. Eugene So article. In addition, Mr. Eugene So, Shiran Lila, Did Anahi Ahi, Did Binyan so the Ayego Ban Case. Okay, the behind Siki ADK Jayan out Ayesha has the course. It's difficult to say, but in my position, if I do get confirmed by the council, I don't want to be placed in a position where my impartiality is going to be questioned. So it is difficult. And I just know how you they take sides. I've seen it, and I stay clear of that. I don't want to have to be placed in a position where my qualifications and my position will be questioned. So just to generalize, Eugene. So I've did that the Owalia you have the Niliki it is something that I will consider, something that I will think about. Ban ses kesto. Adot ban ses keso to not sourcen so oyot ayego ban ses kes. Okay, but I will consider that. I will think about that. Although in question to Mr. Daniel, so it's touching. I'm sorry. Media. Let me see. I'm going to answer this in a question of my education as a political science major. There is a purpose for the three-branch government, and there is a case law out there, Navajo Nation case law, that addresses three-branch governments. And in my work area, I'm going to explain this in Navajo concepts, is that ta it seats in Tasanil, Tagaho Sande, Abiado not ani the Kushi, il Kate Naznil, Oko, Archest, Ego Bansa Keso, A what out Aya, Ape, Nasta Bika. Should ani and not ani, the needle. Tae Nahada Isnil. Tae Shigit Aya Adet Nanishadna after the no not chosen the Nitahi Nis. A call. Need the net a digi isipa. Nasudika, Hajo. The Hisn Dale Nisho. A what Aya Shiban says case. So that's going to be my answer to Mr. Daniel. So, the I know it's not something that you want, but it's something that I'm taking out of my political science field and applying it traditionally the way my father taught me and my brother Tully. So, San John, Mr. Daniel. So, I had. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, that's the response.
Okay, thank you, Anamaro. So that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. there any other further comments or questions at this time on legislation 0156-22?
Speaker, Your Chair.
Oh,
I had the floor.
yes, Honorable Eugene, so go ahead, floor is yours.
Right there. So, sorry, the United States President, and that is still appoint judges. It's the Constitution that in the study that any unique, the has any, but you get I'm pretty sure some of the presidents of Navajo Nation, the great Title 1 year Central, the Sigin the unique. I just said I don't have now or it all. So, but the phone that I'll go in the 8 up at the gun of the house on. I just thought it's what they is that. The call cracky day, yeah. Title up in the San Diego. A title 1 is that it or that. It all the gun of the house on that day, you see. The reason why I asked is because a couple of years ago, down at Twin Arrows with the judiciaries and law order, the young lawyers that were studied, he asked me a question in regards to Title 1, and they told me that Title 1 is in the way, and is there a way we can get rid of it? If if I could drop the legislation. So Chinli that Title 1 chapter, Chinli chapter, Title 1 is those we send those no chapter in DJ. I don't know where other chapters are doing that too. I quite like it up on some cases so hard to they didn't listen song. So she had all this.
Thank you with that. Colleagues, any other comments or questions before I go back to the sponsor and Ms. Tallman? Not, I'm gonna go back to you, Honorable Otto So, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you very much. Before I turn time over to Ms. Tallman, just be aware, my colleagues, that issues pertaining to Title 1, it is the law of the land. And it's the choice of the council, the legislature, to drop legislation to make that request. And our judges across the Navajo Nation does not make the laws. That has to interpret the law. That has with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Ms. Cecilia Tallman to pose the answers for Honorable Eugene So. Ms. Tallman?
Yeah, also around the request, she Eugene So, this kidki, we are anandla. Additionally, it to I don't know it Nasco to bears on it. Nasco should start on it it up and he has still did a dean go Oyonantla. Ebinanege ya I'm not going to answer that question. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And that, Mr. Speaker, I just be mindful to the delegates that a lot of these answers really need to make sure that we are careful pertaining to this matter because of the possibility if the appointment happens, the rulings that will happen in the future pertaining to individuals who are prosecuted. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor at this time. Any other further comments or questions at this time for our sponsor of legislation 0156-22 or the agent, Ms. Tallman? This legislation, again, colleagues, does go on to the Navajo Nation Council. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on the main motion.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, there's no show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 15 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very.
Speaker Damon, this is Thomas Walker. I'm voting green on the legislation. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. And Honorable Speaker, that changes the vote to 16 delegates who voted in favor.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0156-22, which is destined for the Navajo Nation Council, vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries.
Speaker,
Moving on down.
this is Julissa. I got a text
Yes.
message from Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. She votes green on the legislation.
Did we get Madam Chair Crotty's vote on the last? No?
Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati votes green. So Honorable Speaker, that now changes the vote to 17 delegates who vote in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Okay, thank you. That 17 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries on legislation 0156-22. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down as we're moving on along on our agenda. Item number D, 016-22, sponsored by Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Vice Chair Slater. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read legislation 0160-22 into the record at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0160-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and Naabik'íyáti, supporting and authorizing the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support to apply for elder services funding from the Administration for Community Living Administration on Aging Older Americans Act, Title VI, Nutrition Supportive Service and Caregiver Grants, Parts A, B, and C, and to participation in Cycle 8 of the National Resources Center on Native Americans Aging Needs Assessment, titled Identifying Our Needs, a Survey of Elders. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater. There is a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation is final authority here at Naabik'íyáti per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been written to record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues, or Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0160-22, this legislation as final authority here at Naabik'íyáti Committee again, as Mr. Rico indicated. So with that, is there a motion?
Vice Chair Smith, I will get Paul to give motion.
Vice Chair Smith, second by Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, any comments or questions on legislation 0160-22? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on the main motion of legislation 0160-22.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, what's good? Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote?
Green via text.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, not two. It's so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable,
Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. On legislation 0160-22, I have 18 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting, motion carries. That final authority was here on legislation 0160-22. Moving on down, we are on item number E, legislation 0164-22, sponsored by Honorable Herman Daniels. With that, on the legislation 0164-22, Mr. Rico, if you could read the legislation into the record at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0164-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti Committees and Navajo Nation Council, approving the reinstatement of Shandine Deputy as a member of the Navajo Nation. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. There is a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Speaker.
That colleagues, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, sponsors by Honorable Daniels. That, is there a motion?
Eugene So should say.
Motion by Honorable Eugene So. Is there a second?
And Delegate Paul Begay.
Second by Delegate Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on legislation 0164-22? Going twice. This legislation is destined for council. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on legislation 0164-22.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Key Allen votes green, thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman.
This is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Helona, how do you
I vote
vote?
green.
Excuse me, Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Once more, Honorable Pernell Helona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Helona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green via text.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, God, so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable,
Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, on legislation 0164-22, we have 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Moving on down to item number legislation under F 0166-22. This legislation is sponsored by Chairman Daniel So. That
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0166-22, in action relating to Resource and Development Committee and Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting United States Congressional Bill HR 8109, titled Tribal Cultural Areas Protection Act. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chair Daniel E. So. There is a committee report from the Resource and Development Committee that recommended due pass with no amendment. This legislation is final authority at Naabik'íyáti. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Orders Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. On legislation 0166-22, sponsored by Chairman Daniel So. Is there a motion?
Vice Chair Smith.
So motion.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith.
Second, Alona.
Second by Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, on legislation 0166-22, the said legislation is final authority at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Are there any comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board. On the main motion, legislation 0166-22.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel
Delegate
Brown.
Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadiza, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes Bacradi votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
This is Daniels. I vote green. Daniels votes green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Laura votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel
I
So.
vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable, Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. That, colleagues, with a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting on legislation 0166-22, motion carries. Again, colleagues, on legislation 0166-22, final authority was here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. With that, let's go ahead and continue moving on down. We have on to legislation, our item number G, which is legislation 0159-22, sponsored by Chairman Edmund Yazzie, co-sponsors by Vice Chair Smith. So with that, Jalissa, can you read read legislation 0159-22 into the record?
Sure. Speaker Damon and the members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislation 015-22, an action relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $10,031,897 from the CHESN Fund for the Mariano Lake Chapter Multipurpose Building Project, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501- and through 2508. Sponsor is Honorable Edmund Yazzie, co-sponsor Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. We have two committee reports. The first committee report is the Resources and Development Committee dated September 28, 2022, with a due pass with no amendments. The second committee report is from the Budget and Finance Committee. It does pass without amendment. And that's reading the record, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. For reading legislation 0159-22 into the record. That, colleagues, on legislation 0159-22, is there a motion?
Motion, Helena.
Motion by Honorable Jean So, second by Honorable Helena. Colleagues, on legislation 0159-22, this legislation is destined for Navajo Nation Council. Any comments or questions on legislation 0159-22? Going twice. Going three times. Let's go to the board on legislation 0159-22.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadisha, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Helena votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote.
Take that down.
Honorable Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, that is Yahoo.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Green via
Honorable
text.
Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much with that. Vote, colleagues, on legislation 0159-22. That legislation was destined for council with a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries.
Thank you, colleagues.
Continuing on down, colleagues, as we move on our agenda here, we are on new business. We are on item number 8, legislation 0161-22. Sponsor is my chairman, Vice Chair Smith. Co-sponsor is my Honorable Stewart. So with that, on legislation 0161-22, could you get that read into the record at this time?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0161-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development Budget and Finance Naabik'íyáti Committees and Navajo Nation Council, allocating $5 million in citizen funds to the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company for development and construction of the Tsesa'ane C-Store, approving and adopting the Tsesa'ane C-Store expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much with that, Mr. Rico. On legislation 0161-22. Colleagues, let me go to the floor at this time. Is there a motion? On Eugene So, is there a second?
Stewart. Vice Chair So.
Second by Honorable Stewart. That, colleagues, on legislation 0161-22. Is there any comments or questions at this time?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty. I have questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Chairman Daniel. So with that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Actually, go back to the sponsor. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours at this time. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Chairman Damon and Naabik'íyáti committee members of the Navajo Nation. And Chiquito, Shkasi, Tasanosagi, Ado, Shmayaja for wanting to ask some questions on this project that's being presented here in front of Naabik'íyáti. I appreciate the time to present this, and I do have my agents with me, Albert Damon of the Navajo Oil and Gas, and also the Vice President, or the President of the Navajo Sesa'an chapter, Yvonne Murphy. And at this point in time, I'd like to say that we are honored to have the time to present this legislation in front of Naabik'íyáti. And it's with the favorable votes that we are hoping that the Navajo Nation Council will see a economic development within the gateway, which is called Route 12, the gateway of the scenic byway of the Navajo Nation. And there will be plans and design and construction by the oil and gas to set a C-store, and also Exxon Gas, which is quality gas, and possibly a little eatery there for tours, and also jobs that will be there, and our people to stop in to refuel. And it'll be a viable way of having this convenience store at the corner of I-40 and Route 12. Oil and gas has been tasked for the past 2.5 or 3 years, and we had asked oil and gas if they could develop something along I-40, and they've been looking at that corridor regarding their revenues and economic development and opportunities. And they did a study all the way from the state line from New Mexico on the Arizona portion of all the exits all the way down to Sanders. And they came up with the feasibility study, and they came back and told the Lupton chapter that where that location is, it's ready to be built on behalf of Navajo Oil and Gas. Navajo Oil and Gas will be operating that. They'll be running the store, and there'll be jobs for folks to have employment there. And it's shovel ready. There's business site lease already there at the site. There's water, there's sewer, and there's electricity. Utilities are nearby. And there's a resolution that was passed by the Lupton chapter and in favor of supporting the efforts to have a C-store within the vicinity. All due diligence has been done, and all the feasibility study has been completed. At this point in time, Chairman Damon and Naabik'íyáti committee members of the Navajo Nation, I'd like to turn the floor over to the Navajo Oil and Gas, Albert Damon, if he's on board with us at this point in time. Albert, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Yes, this is Albert.
I'm letting you have the floor. You can explain what's going on with this legislation and what took place. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Smith, and a wonderful job. And thank you, Chair, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and council members of the committee. It's a privilege to present to you today. This legislation you have in front of you is culmination of almost 2 years of work. It is correct that we want to be on I-40, and this will be a Chevron gas station. It will be a fairly large one of our largest ones we're going to build. And we completed the feasibility study about 1.5 years back, and it turns out there's 22,000 cars per day that go by this station a day.
And the feasibility people felt that maybe 3 to 4% of them will pull off to the store. So that turned out to be about 900 cars a day go by this intersection north. We targeted at oil and gas because it's an artery to the Navajo Nation coming from the interstate north. And so that is a good location for selling fuel and also a community store, which they used to have, but that was gone now. And so now we're trying to reinvent that. But it turns out that this store is really profitable. Not only do you have jobs available for the store, in this type of store, you'll probably have 10 to 15 people working. It might be 24/7 if it's on the interstate. That'll be going on. And also, you also get taxes forever. That being fuel taxes and in-sale retail taxes forever. So you'll get your money back on this development. And so that much being said, the feasibility also took into account the community needs and how they spend money. It's a regional study that went out almost 20 miles, but locally within 5 miles and 1 mile, it was a really concentrated effort. And so the community needs are documented in that. So not only do you get the jobs, the taxes, you get the development pieces where when we looked at Lupton, everything is there. You got 3-phase power. You have water, you have sewer, and you have access to the interstate. Everything is there. So we worked with the chapter. They agreed. They had resolutions looking at size. It was destined to be a little bigger, to be a truck stop application, but the semi-truck fuel depot systems was a little bit too much for the community at this time. So they did not want to do that. But yet we're going to go forward with the store. With the store comes infrastructure. So this project also pulls in infrastructure for the community as they want to build in future, Starbucks, a laundry facility, all these other things that they have in their vision in this intersection corner. So that all worked out for the better. So all in all, we think it's going to be a great store. The feasibility says it's going to be profitable. And it's a Chevron branded store. People from California, they like Chevron. So they'll pull off and do this. And it's a gateway on the scenic byway to the nation. So it works out really good. So we're fully behind this project. We've been engaged in it. We have an architect on board. As you know, we're doing this at Blue Gap also. We're renovating that. It's a brand new store. Another Chevron. Chinley's next. And this one on I-40 will be a crown jewel. And we think it's going to be very good for the community. And we also want to iterate that in our developments with leases in this area, there is a component for chapter donations by the company. And we are glad to do that. And also upgrades to the facility because we like to have fiber optics. The gas pumps y'all use, every one of those needs its own fiber optic line because it's a dedicated line to the bank. And so you need fiber optics and those things, and Lupton does that. So without going on very much more, I think it's a great project. We want to go forward, and thank you very much for speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert, for explaining that and bringing it forth to the Naabik'íyáti committee. At this time, Chairman Damon, I'd like to turn the floor over to the Lupton chapter president who's with us this afternoon to provide an insight on Lupton's view and give a little brief statement on that. Yvonne Murphy, Stasia.
Oh, yeah, it's Honorable William Simmons Jr. and members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. I am the Lupton chapter president. Yvonne Murphy is my name. I just want to add what our support the legislation, ask that it be supported by the Naabik'íyáti committee. We would appreciate it coming from our chapter. We are looking to expand our community economically and boost the economic of the Navajo Nation as well as our chapter. This project, as has been said, has been in the works for the last 2 years, and it is the gateway to the Navajo Nation. And we look forward to attracting motorists off of the Interstate 40 because we need quality gas and we need employment in our community. And it is a big venture that the chapter is taking on. It's one of its kind. This would be a big step in developing our community economically. And as was said, everything is shovel ready. My community just respectfully requests of the council their support in this project. And I appreciate this time.
Thank you, President of the Susquehanna chapter, Stan, and also Albert Damon for being on the line and giving this brief, in-depth report and what our efforts are and the tasks it took and the community and the feasibility study, and knowing that this is a shovel-ready project and everything is in place. We just respectfully request some dollars to be used, and like Mr. Damon had said, it will generate funds and it will generate taxes, and not only sales taxes, but also the oil and gas will be getting the fuel tax, which we need for roads, and roads is always a big thing, and that fuel tax can be applied to the roads throughout the Navajo Nation. So this is a blessing in a way, and not only in our community, but also for the Navajo Nation as a whole too. And we appreciate the enterprise stepping forth and saying, yes, we can do the feasibility study. We can see if it's feasible and if it's going to be doable, and if we can come back and give you a report. And they did an excellent job, and I appreciate that. I worked with them, and the chapter worked with them, and all those that I may not be mentioning, but in the long run, we appreciate that. So at this point in time, Chairman Damon and the Naabik'íyáti committee members will go ahead and relinquish our time and turn the floor over. We're here for questions, and hopefully we can answer to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and go back to the floor at this time on legislation 0162-22. We do have Madam Chair Crowdy in the queue. Actually, it's legislation 0161-22. My fault. Can you hear me? Madam Chair Crowdy going twice.
Oh, Speaker Damon, I'm sorry. I did hear you, but I didn't. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Speaker Damon, my colleagues. I can't yes, Vice Chair Smith for this legislation requesting funding for a C-store in the Lupton area. In reviewing the legislation, and I'm looking at if, in terms of cost sharing, this funding is requesting, I'm actually looking for the breakdown for Sehasin, from the Damon, so this is from the Damon Development Group on behalf of oil and gas. I'm just trying to figure this out here with this legislation. So I appreciate Mr. Damon, who's the general manager of Damon Development Group, LLC. What I haven't heard is from oil and gas. And so is the way this legislation set up for oil and gas then will be the operators of the Lupton Chevron gas station. And why I'm asking that question is on Highway 491, during the last 2 years, we have had a gas station owned or operated and maintained by Navajo Oil and Gas. It closed down. And I'm not sure in terms of how that project was funded. But so in terms of the investment that you're asking, there's really, in terms of, I'm just trying to see where in this feasibility study, there's an area that you believe the amount of money this facility will make. And I do see the cost estimate for the building itself on the exhibit, but I don't see anything in terms of the money that will be generated. I understand jobs will be created and taxes will be received, but this is a $5 million grant. And so what are the discussions with oil and gas in terms of possibly looking at other funding to cover the complete cost? So we do have small business loan opportunities from the Division of Economic Development to offset instead of pulling all of this funding from CIHACIN. And if I appreciate Shamal for being on the call from the chapter, if Vice Chair Smith can also identify what funding the chapter has contributed to this project as we work collectively to try to provide this opportunity for the people. Thank you, Speaker Damon and my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Crotty. With that, let me go ahead and go on down to Chairman Daniel. So,
Okay, boss, Chairman Damon, Speaker Damon. Thank you for the opportunity to make some comments as well as to pose questions. One, Vice Chair Raymond Smith, to your agent, and to President of Lupton Chapter, Murphy. A quote. I guess the one thing that puzzles me, sponsor Raymond Smith said it was going to be Exxon Gas, and then Mr. Damon says it's going to be Chevron. And I'm wondering, and this would also be a question to Legislative Council, in the legislation, in basically choosing Navajo Oil and Gas, is Naabik'íyáti committee waiving the Business Opportunity Act requirements? Because it seems like we're sole sourcing to Navajo Oil and Gas. The other is when there is a proposal, a feasibility study, it's usually based on a return on investment and including sale projections. What is the anticipated annual revenues? What are the anticipated annual costs? And there will be profit. And from those profits, how much will Navajo Oil and Gas return to the citizen funds? And what would be the projected payback? How many years would it take Navajo Oil and Gas to pay back the $5 million? That's what I'm seeing. It's Navajo Oil and Gas touts itself to be a multi-million-dollar entity. And so they're in the business to make money. And we're just going to leave them alone and let them make money, and we just give them $5 million, pat them on the shoulder and say, run along, young man, play with our money. What about the Navajo people's money? That's the Navajo people's money that we're going to give away. So that is my concern. And based on the response, I will have follow-up. Thank you, Speaker Damon and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Thank you very much. With that, let's go back to you, Vice Chair Smith, for a response.
Thank you, Chairman Damon and the Naabik'íyáti committee members. My phone dropped and I missed a couple of questions, but on the question that Honorable Crotty Shemaya asked is why $5 million from one of the or citizen, and what has the chapter contributed? I know that the chapter itself was that they helped out with the feasibility study, and within that funding, the feasibility study was conducted to see which and where. As a matter of fact, HALT was also involved in that feasibility study, and they were looking at the Fort Courage property. And however, it came up to be that we don't have the land. We don't have the land, period, because it is still owned by private owner, and that was one of the things that we couldn't move forward with that. So that feasibility study from the chapter was provided to the Navajo Oil and Gas, and the funding is requested through the citizen. And I did present this to BNF, and I did present this to RDC. And oil and gas is one of the enterprises that we have, and we've been trying to get economic development to look at all who can come out and who can provide this, but it seemed like it was just on deaf ears. So the only one that we got attention from was Navajo Oil and Gas. It's been into 2-year working. So that sort of answers Chairman Shinai's question. Why wasn't this business also thought out with other businesses that can provide business? And the excitement in me, I did make that mistake. Thank you for correcting me, Shinai. That's why you're my Shinai. It's not Exxon, it's Chevron. I always get the two mixed up, and their colors are the same, and that's why I guess I blurted out Exxon. It's not Exxon, it's Chevron, and Mr. Albert Damon is correct. So at this point in time, Chairman Damon, I'd like to turn the floor over to Oil and Gas on those questions that were posed by Shemaya and Shinai on behalf of the Navajo Oil and Gas. So, Mr. Damon?
Thank you, sir, Mr. Smith, and thank you for those questions that Honorable Crotty and Honorable So we'll get on. Yeah, it is a Chevron. Yes, it is, and we are moving forward. About a question about the Tohatchi store. That's the one on the 491. To be honest, it just never made money for us. It lost money for a long time, and we are in negotiation with the Navajo Nation to turn it into a fuel depot on behalf of the nation out there. So it's still there. We just don't run it as we do. We took it off, but it's in negotiation to be a fuel depot at this point in time. So we think that's a better spot for the Navajos, for them to fuel their vehicles on a tribal application there. And as far as the other questions that are coming up of the legislation, and as far as oil and gas, I must say that my name is Albert Damon Jr. I'm Greek name, and I sit on the board of oil and gas. I'm trained in architecture. That's why they let me do these things. That's why Damon Developers there. That's my architecture planning firm. And so we do work on nation and off nation on planning these facilities. So that's about me. But in the legislation, we are looking for other opportunities. If we can have other people bring cash to the table, that's great. For instance, the economic development folks, they have cash in their kitty to bring infrastructure in. We have storm generation that we have to do. We have to mitigate some of that. We'd love to be able to help some of the intersections there. Again, fiber optics and all that. That could be an economic development action. They get that money back. And as far as the study, I'm sorry it's not in your packet, but the study is complete, and we'd be glad to share that with you. Go through Mr. Smith and myself, his LDA, and it'll show the payback of this. The payback window of this facility is generated almost at 36 months for the whole thing to be profitable. So that's what we are targeting. What we are looking at, again, is taxes, but we can supply that study, and it shows those diagrams, the requirements, and the margins that we are trying to achieve. Again, we have sales and gas sales, in-store sales and gas. So there's different margins for those as you make them up, and we get different rates in what we do. For instance, we get charged double taxes in New Mexico, hence the Telecommu store on diesel. That's just how the state regulates their fuel tax systems. In Arizona, it's not like that. The tribe gets it. And so that can be worked on. So we can find out how that works. So the payback we really see is in 2 to 3 years of this facility. It should last 30 years. We plan to keep on operating it. The beauty about this one is that it's an artery to the Navajo Nation. Again, it's a scenic byway. So this is your gateway to the nation you're trying to portray to the world. So you really should put your best foot forward on this one. And I think the community is doing that. They are upgrading. They are making means. This is only one of first developments here, folks. They've got a lot of land, and they have a major intersection with a lot of volume. Volume means cash, 24/7. In the end, we can help you with those things. But that's how we are looking at this facility. Again, we went west and east. If you go east, there's the Speedies. That's a trucking facility, and they're busy. They do a lot of things there. If you go west, there's not much, and only Twin Arrows. So you have this whole window of opportunity here for fuel and food, and it goes forever. I-40 will always be there, and we need to start gaining that tax dollar that goes by us every minute of every day. Again, oil and gas, this is not our only target. We have Peru on the book too, and that one needs help. The water's bad there. And so there are other opportunities, but I-40 is an artery that we should milk for cash. If everybody drives by there with what, $10, $22,000 a day, that's over $200,000 people can spend at our store and make taxes for y'all forever. Yeah. So I hope I answered the questions. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Damon. Appreciate that. And at this point in time, Chairman Damon, go ahead and turn the floor back over to the Naabik'íyáti committee members for further questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, we are on legislation 0161-22. Are there any other further comments or questions on the main motion at this time?
Speaker, Chair Damon, this is Delegate Daniel, so I have follow-up.
Chairman Daniel, so go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair Otto, Naabik'íyáti members, Otto sponsor Raymond Smith Jr., Mr. Albert Damon. You didn't answer my question. What is the projected return on investment? What are your projected annual sales, the revenues, and what are your projected costs, and what is your projected profit? We realize that on the groceries, canned goods, the markup could be as much as 25 to 33%. And then on the gas, depending on yourself, the volume, it could be anywhere from a nickel to 18 cents a gallon markup. And so I'm asking, this $5 million that oil and gas is going to get, how long is it going to take oil and gas to give that money back to the Navajo Nation? The way this legislation is written, it's just a gift. I certainly am not ready to gift oil and gas $5 million. And that's the part why I'm asking for these. And certainly a business venture, if we're going to invest in a business venture, the expectation is there is going to be a return on investment. Chairman Damon, back to you.
Thank you. That on Eugene So, floor is yours.
That's it, sir. So, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Smith, Mr. Now that legislation that way for the wishes of the people. The people, they're all human beings. Yeah. So, Korodi, Pansaki, open the Hashnet with Chinley. We develop but the main thing that we're encountering is the police department, the fire department, the first responders. And then the number one problem we have here in Chinle is drainage system. I don't know whoever thought about developing this area has never thought about drainage system. We got a hospital and a nursing home and the housing on top of the hill. Whatever drops right there comes down right into my house right here. And then they build the NTU on the south side, and whatever drops now, it just added up to more water. We got a river right in front of my house, all the way to 191, and crosses into the Chinle Wash. Or they could and the young has bus route, they're all flooded this time. That is what I did recently all the way around. That's where the water goes, runoff right into the bus route, all the way to 191. So so that's number one thing that we always forget. Whatever the development is, it is really because there's even a Navajo and NEPA, and everybody would, be glad that they have something that they can go to right there. So what that for? Then she passes it to Hanan. And she paint it to Hanan. Then we got some more store along one other one is the oil and the water when it really rains. So that they had to have sandbags. So what's I joined Burger King there Richard Mike AIDS and I live at the foundation. That's has sunny up now. So it's a foundation on top of that like a boat. Hey, and then we got Denny's over here, and it's right in the flood area. And Denny, I think my brother there, Romero, was told to go down 3 feet, come back up, and then put some more level with the N7, so we won't be in the water. So it's cost him a lot of money to do that. I practice Denny's there, so I know so the wind bills in Navajo and other too much snake. So that's how we are here in Chinle. So I think there's some of the things that we need to be going to develop a community. Number one is the drainage system. I see I don't know the fashion of the healing that might have a lot of runoff. I don't know the yoke which either. It's that's just done that other yoke which is not such an animal. That is something I used to remember that. So in go has only get over on this case. He only was really good at Fort Courage. It was a good spot for everything. I don't know why whoever owns it won't let go of it. And this one is right on I-40. It's on so it's not hard. It's where we need to catch them. And our truck stopped on the city at daily. No, never know. But a casino right there. So, but we need to understand. We need to also, alongside with our first responders, up on your equity, don't allow kid. Either the ambulance don't allow the kid. Either the electric fire department, fire truck. And this is at about electric. And but better to 80% but we might even get more money on I-40, so they can plug up the electric car and then go from there again. I don't want the motels, not opposite. So it's a real good place, Annie. You guys, you don't share. It's for the people. Share it. I know it always says on shit that it's usually for our grandkids. It's ours. It's for the kids. If you talk, another 80 about it. Thank
you very much, Honorable Eugene. So with that, let me go ahead and go back to Vice Chair Smith, the sponsor.
Thank you, Chairman Damon and Naabik'íyáti committee members. The questions from both Shin and I are very legitimate, and appreciate those questions and concerns. I'd like to answer the question for Shinai from Chinle. I want to make sure that we don't put these things in areas that lead floodplain that the Ninigi. That's one of the feasibility study. We're making sure that we don't put our investment in an area that we lose our investment. And the other thing is, Shinai, for speaking on behalf of the Ninigi Ape, and that's a date. That's why the chapter had a resolution passed in Aquatan, the Kushinache, Nascado, Bigiatito, late Adolni. I don't say for courage, my told it was valued at a certain value, but our land department. It's right off the I-40 for the economic development Chirpatoi Nakato Edat Egi convenience store. And unfortunately, the value of the land was assessed, and the appraiser we presented it to the owner. The owner said, "This is how much I want," and it's way over the value. So, and it's up to the owner to make that decision on his behalf to say, and Navajo Nation says, well, this is what it's valued at, and that's why we didn't push forward on that. And plus, it's they call it environmental cleanup that needs to be done. And that would have been a good spot, but then we would have also had to spend a lot of money to clean up all those environmental things that are there, and you still see it. You still see that. So at this point in time, Chairman Damon, I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Albert Damon. I'll turn the floor over to you for the questions that are follow-up from our Honorable Chairman Daniel. So, Mr. Damon, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith, and thank you for the discussion, Mr. Soves, and the great questions. Yes, there is, the feasibility study does have profitability built in. And if we are doing this correctly, for instance, if oil and gas would have put in $5 billion of its own money, it'd probably take us about 6 to 7 years to make our money back in this, in the event we did it ourselves. If we have help, then that profitability comes sooner. And in this case, as you know, we are owned by the Navajo Nation. The money doesn't go off the res for us; it stays here. And so, since being owned by the Navajo Nation, it makes sense that you invest in it. But in this effort, we know that this is a valuable project. And if Mr. Bill McCabe is on the line, he has the intricate details of the profitability margins you employ into a C-store. All kinds of parts, moving parts in a C-store. You have fuel sales. You got to buy your fuel from somewhere. You got to pay transportation costs. And then when you get it, what your competition is selling it for, you have to match or at least be below. That's the game they play every week. In our case, when we buy our fuel, we have to pay for our fuel within 1 week of purchase. So it is a game. And the margins that we charge, I'm not sure the recent ones, but in the business, it's usually 40% on in-store, and it could be 40 to 50 cents on fuel costs per gallon. It ranges wherever you are. As you know, California charges $8 a gallon now, so it's different. So in what we buy fuel, so those are the margins we are looking for. So we can be profitable, yes, especially with the volume of 22,000 cars a day. So that really shows you how much that can be done. And we'd be glad to Mr. So, to give you the background on the feasibility study. Shoot that right away to you, and you'll be able to see those margins. It's based on 2 factors. One was the store itself, and then 2 was the trucking facility. And that was an extra $1 million to put in the trucking facility, the pumps, the canopies, all that stuff for the semis. But when the fuel was sold as a diesel price, it made it profitable so much sooner. But that was not the case. The community felt it was too much traffic. So those options are in the feasibility study. We'd be glad to share that with you and move on with that. The other questions that in the floodplain, good, sir. Very, very good question. I used to work at Head Start, and they put all the Head Start facilities right down in the middle of the floodplain. You can't insure it. It's hard to do. We had playgrounds washed out, but that was some time back. But in the end, I agree. It seems like the nation always gives you land in the floodplain. Why? I don't know. But in the end, this Lupton site does have a disposition. Back in the 70s, the very same site was a police substation. So what we've taken is an old abandoned development site. You can still see where they graded it, and they had the stuff, their trailers and things. But we're taking that, and land department agreed to just transfer it over to us as a business site. So that worked out really well. But it's true, the runoff from the southwest is substantial, and they tried to address it in the 70s. And we will do the same. It's an engineering study. The civil engineers do this. They'll recommend how to get back to the main drainage areas at the interstate. But yes, that will be looked at. And as far as casino, oh man, there's all kinds of land over there. If you want to go west on I-40, there's a whole ton. And as far as the first responders, if we can get tax generation or some type of contributions back to the development of a fire station and maybe ambulance service, yeah, that'd be really cool. We are putting in electric charging stations, so we are looking to the future. And again, they're all also moving to hydrogen cell technology that we're learning that they're putting in. So instead of having to charge your car electrically, you just switch out the battery. You put in the hydrogen cell, take out the old one, put in the new one, and off you go. So that's another piece we're looking at. But yes, this is a great project. We think it'd be killer. And this one will probably put in the infrastructure needed for the community to develop their laundromat, their Starbucks, their In-N-Out burger. They want to do all this. So the $5 million we're asking is not a lot when it comes to developing site infrastructure. So in the end, we all think it's a great project and love to do it. And thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
No, thank you, Mr. Albert Damon. Appreciate that response, and thank you for being here to present that and to answer these questions that are posed to us. At this point in time, Chairman Damon, I'd like to turn the floor back over to the Naabik'íyáti Committee on this legislation.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and go to Chairman Hinio. Chairman Hinio, floor is yours at this time.
Speaker?
Yes, Chairman.
Hey, Speaker, can you check your phone?
Yeah. My phone actually is recharging right now. Back to Chairman Hinio. Are you there? Chairman Hinio going 3 times. That?
Speaker David, Amir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, I was trying to call your name over here. I guess I was on mute. But today, Chairman, Naabik'íyáti Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, the Vice Chair Smith for sponsoring the legislation here. This is a question I wanted to ask, was asked earlier, but maybe I'll ask the question again. For oil and gas, the oil and gas is besides the Sohachi store, how many other stations or C stores have oil and gas
closed due to lack of performance or lack of, trying to keep maintaining it or keeping it open but not making any profit. From what I understand, the Tohachi store was closed because of Speedway, which is just next door, and people were more into Speedway than the Navajo Petroleum. So this one here, there was a remark made at the Finance Committee where there's that Yellow Horse development just a little ways down the road from Sesa'ana. And that's been there for a long time. The restaurant, laundromat, truck stops for showers and everything. So I'm just wondering how the oil and gas intends to make a profit. There's a long-standing business right there that's easily visible as you're driving down the road. And yeah, although you have to make a few turns to get back to it. And so this one, when I was at BNF listening to the conversation, they sort of pointed out the location, which would be east of the chapter house. So when I was driving through there one afternoon, I was trying to pinpoint where that location actually is. And the only place I could think of was that pavement area where the turnoff is, where people turn out, stuff like that. So, and so that's just one question I have is profitability, how oil and gas thinks that it's going to be making a profit when there's like a competition just down the road that's been established a long time ago. The other part is I hate keep hearing the phrase, this is an awesome location. This is a great location. It's a fabulous type of thing. And right now, the way I'm seeing this is that oil and gas is not playing with their own money. They're using the Navajo Nation's money to build this structure, the C-store gas station. So they really don't have any risk associated with the way I see it. I might be wrong, but that's the way I see it. And that's why I think oil and gas is jumping on it, saying this is a great, great location. But they're not putting any of their own money into this development. It's all $5 million from the Navajo Nation's citizens. And so I heard Chairman Daniel So referring to it as a gift. And that's the way I'm kind of seeing it too now. They're just gifting the oil and gas this opportunity. The way I think we should move on it is that this money should go to the Navajo Nation Department Division of Economic Development to have them develop the building, the gas station and so forth, then lease it out to oil and gas and have oil and gas pay a lease payment to the Navajo Nation or to the chapter. Since the chapter is LGA certified, and the chapter will be making lease payment revenue. And that's the way they'll be a win-win for them, where it's put on their land, same time within their jurisdictional area, and then they'll be able to charge lease payments as well as supplement the retail sales tax with their own tax ordinance. So that's the way I'm thinking right now, and possibly maybe do an amendment at council if that's if I feel strongly about it. But right now, this is what comes to mind. It's pretty much similar to what we did with the development over at the Church Rock. At when the Navajo Nation appropriated $15 million to Division of Economic Development. There's a misconception that the glove factory, Rhino Gloves, actually received the money, but they did not receive any money. It's the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development that receives the money to build the building and then in turn lease it out to run a glove factory. And we could do the same here as have the nation build the infrastructure and then have them lease it out to oil and gas. And then that way the chapter will make money through lease payments and then, like I said earlier, retail sales tax too. So those are my comments, for the chairman. And I might have follow-up again soon, but I'll end it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. With that, colleagues, are there any other further comments or questions at this time? Now let me go ahead and go back to the sponsor. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Once again, I cannot Naabik'íyáti committee members and also Chairman Damon get the legislation in front of us this afternoon. And there is really good questions, something to think about, food for thought. How do we use this funding to the best of our ability? And it does look like we're giving a gift to Navajo Oil and Gas, but we also got to remember too that Navajo Oil and Gas is an enterprise with us. And like Mr. Damon had said earlier, it is money that is being within the Navajo Nation. And we did try to approach Division of Economic Development. And it seemed like as I said earlier, it was on deaf ears, and we approached oil and gas. And the question was, how are we going to compete with the state line business over there? Well, first and most, I did talk to Sandia Oil too in Albuquerque, and they were going to set up over at Bashes, and I did ask if they could also do a feasibility study, possibly in Halk and also in Lupton. And it came to disclosure of how that operation is running within the state line. And folks in the area that get gas at that location are always having fuel problems. Fuel filters are given out. Fuel pumps are going out. And oil and Sandia Oil told me what they do is they buy that transmix. They try to flush out all the diesel with gas, and they catch it in another tank. And then when they switch over, vice versa, they catch it in another tank. And what that company does goes over there and buys that transmix, and then they set heat to it to separate that. So when they set heat to it, they don't purify it, and they don't get the 100% purified fuel as you would if you were to get it flushed out and you were to get that octane of the gasoline and also the diesel fuel. And there's been many complaints about that. And since oil and gas does serve Chevron gas, not Exxon gas, Chevron gas, that was where the community said, yes, we need quality gas. And that is like what Mr. Damon had said. Those folks on I-40, they look for brand names, and they don't want to put any other into their vehicle. And even the community around there knows that they are subject to gas station. And even I don't go and fill up. I put a gallon to get to the next station so that I could do and get the quality gas. So that's where we're at with that on behalf of that. So I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Albert Damon on behalf of the questions that were posed. Mr. Damon, would you please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Mr. Albert Damon, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Oh, great. I'm sorry. I got dropped, so I'm back on. And Mr. Henio, I hope I can answer most of your questions here. The Tohatchee store, we have 6 stores, and Tohatchee was one. And we had it for almost 10 years, and it never made a penny. And so it kind of dragged down everything else. In doing so, as a business, you need to look at profitability to be in business. And so that one is different. So the Navajo Nation approached us to make it a fuel depot for their tribal vehicles and other vehicles they need within the tribe. And so that negotiation is going on now to make that a fuel depot. So we'll be supplying the gas, and the tribe will probably be operating it from there as they do their depot in Window Rock. So yes, but other stores, they're doing okay. Blue Gap is hanging on. Chinle is doing okay. Our flagship is Kienta, and of course we have Window Rock is hanging in there, and San Benito. They're all turning profitable, so they're great. So those are the stores we have. We have an outlook to get maybe up to 12 if we can. We'll see. The Yellow Horse, as it was explained by Honorable Smith there, they're blended gas. They do different things than we do. And again, newer, better restrooms, they'll stop. If you go to over there, that's 1970s construction. So no handicap accessible facilities. Ours is going to be all of that. It's going to be better. So when you get better restrooms, better facilities, they're going to stop. So that's how we can compete with Yellow Horse. We don't think it's a problem. And where is it? If you know where the existing chapter house is now, and the Interstate 2, it's between those two, out to, I think it's the south. They keep telling me it's the east. But in that corner, again, this was already a deemed site for a police facility in the 70s. So we didn't reinvent the wheel on this one trying to establish a new environment, although we went through all the steps to do it. We did that. So that's where it's located. We have 1.8 acres, should be enough. And if we want to go to the west along I-40, that could be areas for more development. And the question about not our own dollars. Yeah, oil and gas. The oil and gas makes its money on oil, selling oil and shipping oil. This is what they call downstream. Oil and gas has an upstream, midstream, and downstream component. That's why they have me. I'm trained in architecture, so I'm trying to coordinate the downstream. So in doing so, location is everything. And since if we had to put it in ourselves, it would take a long time. But we're not. We are open to other people. Like we said, there's other people that can come to the table to help us. I mean, my goodness, there's economic development, there's infrastructure, there's NTUA, there's partners in this that could lower this cost. But again, the $5 million is for infrastructure for this community. Again, there's some there, but if they want to upgrade to the 21st century, there's going to be more. So that's where it happens. And the DED, that's their gig. And so the Division of Economic Development, they can come in and handle that really well, I think. And we can coordinate that with them. Chevron, for instance, if they come in and they see us putting in a new store right now, and they see that the volume of traffic is this size, they may come in and give us $250,000 to do the tanks, to do the canopies. That parts can be shared. Again, we're looking at a community development here with a flagship going in, the UR funding, and to size the sewer lagoons, to size the water lines, to size the power components, all that is a first run effort, and that's what's going in now. So they'll piggyback off of this off their next development. And again, it's volume is why we're there. And I hope I answered all those questions. I may have missed some because I was dropped, but call back again. And again, oil and gas, we look at this, we love it. I think the community can need it. Just think if you were trying to get to Phoenix and you powered out of Windrock, you got to Lupton, you're able to gas up, get your coffee and, you know, your Coke and peanuts, and you're on the road. And then when you come back this way, you can power down in Lupton, you know, bathrooms, all that, and then get into town. And the artery is a scenic byway. It's our open door. We should make it a great gate. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Mr. Damon Cadlow, for answering and doing the best to the ability to help our enterprise with the vision and what we see and how we're going to move forward and what the things that we are experiencing out there. And yes, that's not a yellow horse store. That's it's called Speedies, and it's been bought out, and it's now good to go. And they're still using that transmix fuel. So, like I said earlier, they're looking for all the gas, name brand. And Mr. Damon is right about having tourists wanting to stop in the new facility and the state of art of having a bathroom that's conducive to how they're used to traveling, and travelers do want to spend money. So that would be one way of attracting them for the Navajo Nation. So at this point in time, Chairman Damon, I'd like to turn the floor back over.
Thank you very much for those responses back to members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. With that, colleagues, I'm going back to the floor at this time. We are on legislation 0161-22, is sponsored by Vice Chair Smith, co-sponsored by Honorable Stewart. Do have a motion by Honorable Eugene So, second by Honorable Stewart. That, colleagues, are there any other questions on legislation 0161-22? This legislation is destined for Navajo Nation Council.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
I'm Chair Crowdy. Good evening. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. With our recommendations, I'll need some guidance in terms of, because the Navajo Department of Economic Development has not responded to Vice Chair's request for support. Speaker, could your office, or what action, I'm hesitant to support $5 million from CIHASN as a grant to Navajo oil and gas. What I think needs to be done is the chapter has played their part by funding the feasibility study. What we need to hear is from the Division of Economic Development on how they're going to support the community with this venture, with funds that they currently have. So my question would be, if there is anyone on the line from Division of Economic Development, provide insight in terms of what assistance you can provide to this project so that funding can be leveraged, and also that Division of Economic Development has and should be guiding and helping the delegate with these proposals. If the feasibility, and I haven't seen the feasibility study, but if the feasibility does identify that this would be profitable, does identify it'll meet the community needs, Speaker, I'd like to ask someone from that division on why they're not assisting Vice Chair Smith, and then what needs to be done so that this project can be considered with the funding that they have for projects such as this. That is my question. Thank you, Speaker.
Is anybody on from the Division of Economic Development to answer that question? Anybody on from economic development? We're reaching out to the economic development office. I can't guarantee we'll get them on the line, but we are trying to reach out to them this evening.
Okay, Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty. Is there anyone from the Office of the Speaker? What we need is guidance from executive to help support this project, to diversify their funding.
You mean you need the speaker's office to do their work?
I don't want the Speaker's office to do it. I want somebody on this line who represents executive to do their work.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You know, but you know we're going to have to do it. Is we'll work on that. We'll gather the information. We'll meet with Vice Chair Smith. We'll set up a meeting, Chief. See if we can set up a meeting with one. See how much money is available in the Economic Development Fund. See if there's any matching funds in the Economic Development Fund to see if we can match some funds out of this with Mr. Willie's office. And see how much sales tax dollars are in there too. And what we can do, Madam Chair, is come up with recommendations or at least guide the Economic Development Office if they don't have any recommendations on a couple of different options that could be available. As in the past, there's been a couple of different options that have been put together where economic development uses some of their sales tax to help assist and cut and help assist in getting some of these costs down so that they wouldn't have to take that much funds out of the CSN projects. Like example that was brought up from other C-stores or even from other economic development projects that were talked about earlier by our colleagues this evening. We'll reach out to them on getting that. Vice Chair Smith, I hope you're open to that.
Chairman Damon, I heard the dialogue. Is this going to delay the legislation, and will it change the legislation, and will it have to require to be put on the back burner, or what is the position on that if we do go that route? Because earlier oil and gas has done the feasibility study and everything like that. Could we explore that, saying, okay, Division of Economic Development, could you pitch in and offset the costs and reimburse some of the citizen dollars with that? And would that be possible rather than trying to delay this legislation or this proposal that we have in front of the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti? Because we have council next week, and it is something that's in the back of my mind that popped in, thinking it is a good idea, and it may prolong this. And this is the fall session we have, and this is the last session that I will be on fall, and I don't know who's going to sponsor it after that, if that happens. And everything's being looked towards ARPA, and everything's fast track with projects on that behalf, and that's why we're been working diligently with Navajo Oil and Gas. And I understand that nobody's on Division Economic Development right now to answer Shemaya's question, because earlier I heard and understand that there was a threat. And I heard Honorable Mark Freeland saying, thank God nobody was injured, or it wasn't escalated into that fashion. So I'm sure that those departments and those that were supposed to be, are not available at this point in time. So that's my question, Chairman Damon.
Chairman, Albert Damon.
To answer your question, Vice Chair Smith, it could definitely have a time lapse of trying to gather all that information. But again, this is just a suggestion. If there's something that we can help assist and put together to meet Madam Chair Amber Crotty's request, which is asked of the Speaker's office, that request can be taken up by you or it can just be denied by you. Vice Chair Smith, you're the sponsor of the legislation. You can move forward without any request or without any modification. That's up to you as a sponsor of the legislation. What Madam Chair Amber Crotty's asked of us is we're trying to see if we can put something together that can help assist with the cost of this legislation.
Chair, Albert Damon, if I may ask.
Chairman Damon, I'd like to turn the floor over to my agent and get some insight on this. Mr. Damon, you can proceed with your question or concern. Albert?
Mr. Damon, well, there was no question. There was no question to Mr. Damon.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good evening. The floor is yours again.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. So the intent is not to delay or postpone, but simply to have Division of Economic Development support this request with funding that is provided to them to fund projects like this. Speaker Damon, if I could ask our Legislative Council if I could get some assistance in terms of, is that funding, I think it's considered like the Small Business Fund. I'm not sure what that has morphed into. There was a lot of challenges and audits with that funding. Is the division director are they only authorized to support projects through that funding? I'm not sure what that process is. And I'm not even sure what the amount is, but we did make those recommendations for the glove manufacturing. And they need to have, the Division of Economic Development needs to be available to answer these questions. But I would like to, so that we brought this up at Naabik'íyáti, and we could continue this discussion at council, but I would need Legislative Council to give me recommendations if an amendment should be language that fund, the Division of Economic Development Fund, reimburses to Hassan. Look into, do they have like a 5-year plan on how they're spending those dollars? I think at this point there shouldn't be no response from the division as we try to build up economic development. I'm not sure if there's communication breakdown, but this agenda was posted for the record. This legislation was on the agenda, and so there should be someone from the division on the call to answer questions. So if I could get some suggestions from Legislative Council as we move forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me go to Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Crotty. This is Ms. Vobroff. I do not know enough details about the economic development funds, the business development funds, etc. But I will reach out and get that info out directly. I would hope that somebody from DOJ is on the line. They might know. They might know more on the details of what funding economic development has available. As far as this legislation is concerned, it is surprising Division of Economic Development is not on the line, because if you read through the legislation, you will see that the fund actually goes to Division of Economic Development and then are released to oil and gas through a grant agreement. DED continues to provide provide administrative oversight. So it is surprising they're not on the line. Certainly the request can be made for them to be on the line. I would counsel, my recommendation is that request go out in writing as soon as possible. And if they do not appear at council, we can work on doing some type of subpoena or subpoena enforcement. So I will get back with you, Delegate Crotty, when I get, well, actually get back to all of the council when I get more info on the Economic Development Funds. Back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, again, we are on legislation 0161-22. Is there any other further comments or questions on the legislation?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair Cardi, good evening. The floor is yours again.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate Ms. Barbara's advice. So from that written request, would that come from your office, Speaker? And if so, can you also ask the Office of the Controller what is the current amount in that fund, so that we could have an idea as we're making these critical decisions when it comes to funding this project and funding that is available for economic development on Navajo Nation. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, and once we get that information over, you'll be CC'd in that letter that goes out to both the Division of Economic Development and the Controller's Office, as long as with Vice Chair Smith, who's a sponsor of the legislation. Colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time? Good evening, Chairman. Floor is yours.
Again, I'm Chairman Damon. So listening to the discussion here, the one thing that comes to mind here and is what mechanism our financial document would be used to take money out of Navajo Nation and give it to the enterprise. Would it be like a sub-recipient agreement, grant agreement, or a contract? Because the reason why I brought out Navajo economic development was that it's easier to give money to a Navajo Nation program, and then the program will work to develop a sub-recipient agreement or some kind of contract with the vendor, because that's the way I see oil and gas as a vendor to the nation, even though they're an enterprise. And so that'd be my question for Ms. Barba. And so because there are annual audits that we have to comply with, and if we just go follow, connect the I's and dot the T's and everything, then we have an audit finding. So that's Chairman Damon, that's my question.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chair Hino, for the question. This legislation, if you look on page 3, line 26, it's paragraph D. Under that section, it states that the $5 million approved herein shall be released to Navajo Oil and Gas through a grant agreement with the Division of Economic Development that includes a drawdown or disbursement schedule agreed to by the controller. So the short answer is that the dollars do indeed go to the Division of Economic Development first, and the Division of Economic Development will enter a grant agreement with Navajo Oil and Gas. That grant agreement will, of course, under this provision, have input for the controller's office, and I presume that the grant agreement does have to go through the executive review process and get an okay to its legality by the Department of Justice. I'm going to add that historically, when CHSN has done some previously through CHSN, they've done disbursements to the nation's enterprise. They've provided money to NTUA. Monies provided to NTUA have been both as a direct disbursement, and I think that at one point in time there is a grant to NTUA. Funds to the gaming enterprise have also been done by grant agreement, but there is one agreement that they are repaying some funds. And as far as the glove factory went, that was not to an enterprise, but it was to a company, and that was done in the way I believe it was done in the form of a memorandum of agreement, I believe, which included oh no, excuse me, you're correct. I'm sorry. That was set up as a lease. Economic Development did indeed build, and then the glove factory leased. So for now, I'll stop rambling. Thank you, Speaker. Back to you.
Speaker, Albert Damon, if you please.
A follow-up, Speaker Damon Pino.
Thank you very much, Chairman Heaney. Go ahead for the follow-up.
Okay, thank you for the Speaker Damon. So that's exactly why I was going when Mr. Marboff had just read on the legislation. And going back to Shinada, Delegate Amber Kina's request for Division of Economic Development to be actually here providing their support or input, because the money ultimately flows through their hands, so to speak here. And then, so if they are not responding, are not in full support, then how will this money be given to the oil and gas if this legislation should pass? So I think that's where we need to have Division of Economic Development provide their input to this legislation. Otherwise, they'll be sitting here for a long, long time, and if they keep not responding or not providing any support. So that's my follow-up comment to the Speaker Damon.
Mr. Speaker, this is Douglas Capitan with DED.
Thank you very much, Chairman Heaney. Ms. Barbroff, did you have something else to add on?
No, Speaker, I was finished with my comments.
Okay, all right. Thank you again. With that, colleagues, Mr. Capitan, are you on from Division of Economic Development?
Yes, I am. I received a text from JT and he's getting a hold of Mr. Tony Perry to provide that information right now.
That, colleagues, are there any other further comments or questions at this time?
Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Honorable Brown, good evening. Floor is yours.
Ayate. Chair Ado, Fish, Saan, Tenebenat Meklini. I am wondering if, as far as the delegate region funding, the $8.8 million for the delegate region funding, how much of that will be used towards this C-store? I know that previously with the other C-stores, with the Chochimbito C-store and other buildings, there was a clause that this council, this body approved, which was to seek to use these fundings, the ARPA dollars towards chapter projects. How much of this funding, or how much of the American Rescue Plan dollars, the FRF funding from your delegate region funding, Delegate Smith, will be used towards this for the C-store? So that's my one question. Reserve the rest of my time, or actually, Naabik'íyáti. I'm so Naabik'íyáti. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. With that, let me go ahead and go back to Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Damon and Naabik'íyáti committee members of the Navajo Nation and those that are listening. Yeah, not Honorable Brown for asking that question. Yes, that's ARPA funds we're talking about, and we were all awarded, not awarded, but provided to have 8.8, I think it was, for each of our districts, and in that we were we know that housing is very important. Electricity, water, and all that is the priorities of the 5 chapters that I represent, and that's why we are looking at the citizen to offset the cost of that. And no, we haven't put any funding towards that because we want to ensure that that funding is helping our people in housing needs, bathroom additions, electricity, water lines, wastewater, and those things that are funded for us on that behalf. Thank you, Chairman Damon.
All right. Any other comments or questions, colleagues, on legislation 0161-22? Going twice. Henio, good evening. Floor is yours.
Okay, so that's Speaker Damon. You did hear Mr. Capitan from Division of Economic Development on the line. I'd like to ask him to provide responses if he has heard the questions already. So see if he has any input into this discussion regarding 161-22 from the standpoint of Division of Economic Development on this project for Sesa'ana chapter.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Captain. Floor is yours for response.
Thank you, Speaker. So it's the stance of the division that we do support it and support our enterprises in their endeavors. So I know I can only provide that broad information, but Mr. Tony Perry does have more detail. But we are in favor of the legislation for Navajo oil and gas.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time?
Delegate Henya.
Henio, floor is yours.
Okay. Upon hearing the response from Mr. Captain and stating that they do support, I'm just wondering why and Vice Chair Smith tried to reach out to them for their support back when this process started. But my question would be to Division of Economic Development is that what if there's an amendment to this legislation to award the funds to Division of Economic Development to build the infrastructure? Because according to oil and gas, that all they're looking to do is to build the infrastructure. So that's what this $5 million would be for. So therefore, my question again is to economic development is, what if this money is awarded to Division of Economic Development, the RBDO office, to take this money and begin the process of constructing the building, the C-store, and then leasing that out to oil and gas? Because it seems that oil and gas is eager to become a tenant. Therefore, leasing the store to oil and gas, having paid lease payments to the Navajo Nation and to the chapter. What's their support in this idea and possible amendment if they should support it? Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Chairman Henio. With that, we'll go back to Mr. Captain.
Thank you, Speaker. With projects that are sort of funded in this route where the funds are utilized to build the infrastructure and then the property or the investment space is going to be leased for various purposes by a said investor, then yes, that would definitely be something that the division would be in support of. I believe that we do or we will have future projects that will be somewhat similar in scope, where we're provided the funding for infrastructure and then the build out and all the necessary items are going to be constructed for that lessee. I think that was somewhat of the case for Rhino Health, where the connections to infrastructure and all of the property for the area has been developed, constructed so that the lessee can begin doing what they need to do and thus create that revenue so they pay those lease agreement fees and charges. And that's my response.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, we go ahead and go back to the floor at this time. We are again on legislation 0161-22. Any further comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. Scoreboard.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, what's green? Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati, how do you vote?
Yes, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So.
What is show?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Excused.
Honorable Edmund Yazi is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. I support this legislation 100%.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Excuse me, Honorable Chair Speaker Damon presiding and is also not voting. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 16 delegates who vote in favor, 1 delegate who opposes, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, on legislation 0161-22, the motion second with a vote of 16 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries. That on that legislation, that is head destined for Navajo Nation Council. That, colleagues, moving on down. Item number HI, legislation 0162-22, sponsored by Honorable Otto So. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0162-22, an action relating to law and order, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committee is approving and authorizing a renewal contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC Section 5301 EDSEC PL 93630 as amended for a 5-year term for the period beginning January 1st, 2023 and ending December 31st, 2027 for the Juvenile Corrections Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. There are committee reports from the Law and Order Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation is final authority at Naabik'íyáti for Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Rule 9 legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, on legislation 0162-22. Is there a motion?
Delegate Brown motion.
Delegate Brown motions. Is there a second?
Eugene So.
Eugene So. Any comments, questions on legislation 0162-22? Going twice. Going 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, I'll wait screen. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, no, there's no shadow.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable
vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Ember Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Ember Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 15 delegates who voted in favor with 0 delegates to oppose and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much with that. On legislation 0162-22, final authority was here at Naabik'íyáti committee with a vote of 15 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries. Moving on down to item number J, legislation 0163-22. Now, this is also sponsored by Honorable Otto. So that, Mr. Rico, if you could please read the resolution into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0163-22, an action relating to law and order, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees approving and authorizing a renewal contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC Section 5301 at Sec PL 93-638 as amended for a 5-year term for the period beginning January 1st, 2023 and ending December 31st, 2027 for adult detention services, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. There are committee reports from the Law and Order Committee that recommend and do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend and do pass with no amendment. This legislation is final authority here at Naabik'íyáti. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read and directed by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Vice Chair Smith.
So second.
That, colleagues, on legislation 0163-22, there's a motion by Honorable Vice Chair Smith, second by Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, on this legislation 0163-22, final authority is here at Naabik'íyáti committee. Are there any comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yellow with screen. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, God, is you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, on legislation 0163-22, the vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries on the legislation, and final authority was here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number K on our agenda, which is legislation 0184-22. If you remember, colleagues, this is only amendment to our agenda, so this legislation was added onto our agenda this morning. This is sponsored by Honorable Keon Gay. Mr. Rico, if you could go ahead and read this for the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0184-22, in action relating to health, education, and human services, Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council, reaffirming resolutions NABIN-69-18, NABIMY-27-19, and NABIAU-25-21, requesting a tribal communication with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs to establish direct services on the Navajo Nation for Navajo veterans. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay Jr. There is a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend do pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, this is a reaffirming resolutions, 3 resolutions. With that, colleagues, on this legislation, is there a motion?
Eugene Chair.
Oh, Eugene, so is there a second?
Stewart.
Honorable Wilson Stewart. That, colleagues, on legislation 0184-22, this legislation is destined for council after the vote. With that, colleagues, are there any comments or questions at this time on legislation 0184-22?
Question? Also.
Thank you very much. Question with that, would Che Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours.
Yate, my colleague, Che, good afternoon. Hikodo legislation hitahnil so Ziki is just reaffirming the current policy that's in place right now, requesting the Biden administration and the Congress, the current U.S. Congress, to continue to establish direct service on the Navajo Nation of all the services that are listed on the legislation. The only difference is that the previous 3 legislations, it only stopped at Nabi. Akoko Atiki, make it more effective, more stronger. The way I would say is that in the council, the full council, in the doja, hot ego koshinda, abetsi loko kodo be veterans and dindigi the last one dindigi fight the nike do lefto but advocate. And yeah, this is not something that's going to happen overnight. It's a continuation of advocacy for veterans. So last Sony Glindigi, we have a lot of issue. This is not the fault of the Navajo Nation government. This is not the fault of the veterans or Navajo Veterans Administration. And it seems to me it's always the case. It's just a matter of a document to say, asking the United States federal government to step up and provide effective service on the Navajo Nation. oh, you pay so from Congress. Oh, you benefits from Congress. And we have over 10,000 veterans on the Navajo Nation. So a lot of these benefits are not very effectively being operated for all veterans, especially at the agency level. And the main thing that I would want for all veterans is that the United States government to pay a good salary, a veteran service officer, a good salary of the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, so we could go into directly with a 638 contract with the United States government. I mean, that's the level of direct service that we're talking about. Advocacy. We always ask for document of what we want for our veterans. Nothing more to say that we need a veterans hospital on the Navajo Nation. We need a benefit office directly on the Navajo Nation. We need a highly qualified individual salary on the Navajo Nation, especially our veteran services officers. Although, again, not to really say anything negative, but Haloliesa Cemetery is another thing that we really need, because we have a lot of our veterans being buried in different locations. And the Riego Satoba Tahayada Hudat agent. Nothing more than reinforcing it. And I would appreciate the council, if they have more questions, please allow me to present this at the council level. And I mean, I don't want to bring up a personal issue here, and not to say that you guys can't approve it quickly. But the Quadris, the Nenhaz Shabbat Quadris, Selende, Gugos Aunt Nahoti, Quado, Bayastio, Shananish Instance, Shanant of Senegi. I could appreciate that particular consideration, but I'll do my best to get respond to the questions that will be proposed. I mean, being asked of me. Shanant of Senegi, I appreciate. Mr. Chair, Speaker, I'd like to yield the floor back. I'll stand for any comment or question. Thank you. Am I still on?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Chairman, you good? I mean, Chair, you good?
Yeah, like I said, I yield the floor back, and I'll stand for any comment or question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, I'm going to go to the floor. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Speaker?
I can hear you.
Okay. I just would like to I didn't say I have any questions to be any to be negative or anything, but just wanted to hear the presentation pertaining to the 3 Naabik'íyáti committee resolutions that has been approved, one by the 23rd Council, and then the other 2 by this very council. And as my brother alludes to, we need a resolution to be approved by the Navajo Nation Council to make it more stronger. And what I'm getting to is that the Naabik'íyáti committee is actually the committee that has the authority to work with the direct government-to-government relation and approving the governmental compacts and governmental relations. And I'm wondering, with these 3 resolutions that were alluded to that has been put in place, it sounds like this resolution that needs to be approved by council, this is saying, as long as this is approved by the main council, this is has more grip to it than the 3 Naabik'íyáti committee resolution. And to me, I think that the 3 resolutions are already in place pertaining to Nabi N-69-18, which council at the time passed this very resolution. The other Nabi MY-27-19 passed by this council and a favorable vote. And moving on to the last resolution, which has been passed by this council also. I guess what I'm getting to is that we're going to create another resolution to reaffirm these 3 resolutions. Do these 3 resolutions have a sunset clause in the resolution? Because I don't see any sunset clause language pertaining to the 3 legislation, which speaks to the veteran services, such as services provided for our veterans, such as the veteran hospital, the disability support services, record support services, veteran cemetery, veterans group home, veterans benefit administrators, accredited representative from the veteran service organization, housing benefit program, education and training opportunities. So what I'm getting to is that, we can pass this again, but we already have the other 3 legislations that's in place, and I'm just wondering, and as Naabik'íyáti committee has approved these, I'm wondering what type of commitment has the oversight of the Veterans Administration has done at this time, because it really lies within the oversight also. Also with the program, just to see what type of but again, we already have the 3 resolution that's already on the books and on the record that indicates that this is the Navajo Nation's position. And right now with legislation 0184-22, we're just reaffirming those 3 resolutions into one, those 3 resolutions into one, combining them. So but nanil ado with ko to with oban this case. But again, we do need to provide these things because services for our veterans is something that is needed. A lot of it is the nation's hands are tied pertaining to these dollars that come down the pipeline to service our veterans. And not too long ago, some monies were appropriated for veterans, but who knows how much will be destined for our Navajo veterans. Also, the veterans had the veteran health care. That dialogue pertaining to putting a facility here on the Navajo Nation and getting the location, and I know that has been the advocacy. The other is that as the facility is put in place, currently a lot of our veterans here in Arizona go to the Prescott facility because of the I guess the manpower that they have in that veteran facility down in Prescott, Arizona. I'm sure there's other veteran facilities across Albuquerque or New Mexico and Utah, Colorado, and so forth, but the need, the assessment for really a facility on Navajo. I wonder if there was any information provided for a detail. What is it going to take to build a facility service our veterans? And bin subcase it's ando dastic. Ako kongo benash. Ako ani kodo so kodo facility pa la na ganitsin to high lado nico ash bohne pertaining to staffing. You look at the facilities of the Indian Health Services across the Navajo Nation and the 638 programs, and there's a lot of vacancies. We know that housing is something that we really need to address for employees. And add on the economic development for the Diego Aja not into the healthcare industry. Because once you build a facility, you need a hotel, you need C-stores, you need a gas station, because people will be utilizing these facilities. And I really think on this case, we really have to start planning for a veteran facility where we have the technical experts at the table, not just going to throw money at it and say, go build it. So we have to partner with the Veterans Department from the federal government. And that is the issue, is how do we hold the federal government responsible for not providing services to our veterans across the Navajo Nation? It's a subject that is there that is very, very tough. But as at the national level, as unison, as a council, we should be able to really penetrate our senators to try to lobby for that veteran facility. We have Senator Sinema, Senator Kelly. We have the senators in New Mexico and the House of Representatives in New Mexico, House of Representatives in
the state of Arizona and Utah and Colorado. The size of Navajo is a big size. Earlier, I was a couple of days ago, I seen a post indicating about possibly, the next council looking at allowing going to Congress and asking to see if the Navajo Nation could become the 51st state in the Union. And how do we justify that? Because the Navajo Nation, we have a land base that sprawls out into 4 different jurisdictions. That is something that is very that has only Naabik'íyáti Washington with the federal government. We're working with 5 different jurisdiction laws, 6 with Navajo, to try to provide these services. Oversight committee veterans the veteran Mr. Zurliner and the administration. What is their buy-in on this? We can pass these things, but if the administration is not buying in on this, and I think that's the reason why those 3 Nabi resolution is not moving forth, or it's not really being pushed from the administration level. As lawmakers of the Navajo Nation, there has only Aron da 8 ni laid Washington the ye ho want de ho want stop it ye don da ben hat the hui it the tashin zaj working within our limited authority as lawmakers. And we really need to come back to the drawing table on this with the administration on how the on Nishiki kodo ego kodo ti na pansio pansna halo sat the kisho asat inanzi asat ego nasi ashot ego you as kan he so in general your things la e biased. And I do support this legislation, but I think that when we pass this, Speaker, we really need to hone down on getting a direct conversation with the administration to see how we could try to set deadlines and set planning process for the advocacy for our veterans on Navajo. So, I would see the veterans wanting to do something, and then you have council wanting to do something. So it's just us on not if we tackle it to a point where there are responsibilities that we have within our authorities, that they initially and then we're at the end of this this term, and I would have liked to see this resolution back in January. when there's time. Seek a quadrilla to case. Go a but we do surely need to try to provide. How can we provide adequate services to our veterans and try to get that direct services directly to them, that these federal dollars, when they are appropriated, these federal dollars are appropriated to the states. How do we harness those state dollars to come to Navajo? You know, and I'm sure the state of Arizona has their own process also. So I see the Naabik'íyáti Yan Jondo Bahot Asiki Onsen and but I will support this resolution and thank you. Go on mute.
Any other comments or questions at this time before I go back to the sponsor for a response?
Say, Speaker.
Gene Stowe.
I saw it in the snake of it. I let over and that needs to or you had better height in the band. Not only this is your ill. You called about us and the new tones is not the car. I have and that's the speed at it. Or you have and then the road for the Hagita. The Nago Ani or those cases are in. This is the last call by Bahayada. And we don't have a clinic for them. We don't have a hospital for them. We don't have an administration where they can just go easy and take care. It needs to be taken care of. There's a lot of veterans out there that are disabled. They need to readjust their disability from maybe 10 to 40% or something to 100%. So better hasn't the hard records now. So we need to get the administration going. So the last talk the questions are we could all a young hit answer could only one dog question this change or you are actually even now on that short and very Arizona veterans administration that and that I am hit in the dungeons and the current start and the base of that then could have gotten on the scene. So that everybody had on future you see the sitting that the short card it's you see so as for that on it on it what any note and everybody has rights and everybody has to be but was art. It's easy outside when you go to a veteran clinic. They can get you anybody they want to, refer you anywhere. They can even bring doctors to you. So those are the things that we need. So blood test you know the hush and they cut on this cut on at each other. I don't know not Christian not is out blood technology. These are some of the doctors outside the veterans. So those are some of the things that we need for our veterans on the reservation. Can hickory and John Lip pace of not based on the day. Can I last that I can yet have listen to some office that we need is something that can really as clear on the I card was 1, 2, 3 ABC to get funds from the government. Or your base of the has no for these veterans. And we don't have it here. It's all about it all has all on that total needs in so that's what we're trying to get after. Sorry about your brother. I did do lost two brothers doing my as a chair council here. So it's really hard about that. So she had all the dealing, so the cases, that's critical. Yeah, they are going to.
Thank you very much for that. We go back to Honorable Keon at this time. Shay.
Speaker Nando list. Well, again, Mr. Delegate Eugene So summarized it. I mean, however it's being dissected or being interpreted, this legislation, within this legislation, it gives the authorization, and it has been given the authorization to the president, the council, the administration to utilize the document as their justification for advocacy, period. It's in there. The language is in there. Look at it. At the end of the session, at the end of the legislation, it gives the authorization. So I don't believe this is only geared to one council or only to a certain program. It gives the ultimate authority of the Navajo Nation government to utilize this particular granite that we're going to approve. On behalf of the veterans, let's approve this legislation. The 23rd, the Nindiki, yeah, look at it. It really didn't do anything because that legislation, the first two legislation, were specifically addressed to the veterans, the United States Veterans Administration at DC level. They never did anything. Let's go directly to the current Biden-Harris administration and Congress. What don't need, and that's the legislation that is being utilized again. It specifies to the Biden administration. Okay, Nabi, let's do it. Let's do an upper higher level of a resolution by the full Navajo Nation Council to specify, to say that we want to go further to identify specifically of the services that we're seeking. So I'm not sure where it has or it continues to be. It's a one-sided advocacy. The legislation authorized the president, Veterans Administration, and the council and the speaker to utilize the document for our advocacy on behalf of our veterans. So what actually I'm saying actually on sin non slad or lecture on in Hohodni to all I'm doing and continue to do and will continue to do is that I'll continue to do my advocacy on behalf of the comrades that I've served in the military for 4 years. Oh, there may not be enough to be justifiable, but I've served my country. And I know what our veterans are going through, especially those that had in combat and those that are even currently serving. You got to understand, be in these positions to truly understand of what our veterans go through. A lot of our veterans are going through suicidal as well. Oh, you drugs turn it down. We got to help these veterans. So again, we're simply asking as a government that the United States government, your military branch has to come out and do what they need to do that are being offered to veterans that are off the reservation. We can't have a boundary of a reservation to not get these veterans benefits on the Navajo Nation specifically. Chairman, Speaker.
Thank you very much with that, Honorable Keon Ye. That colleagues on legislation 0184-22. Again, this legislation is destined for council. Any other comments or questions? Honorable Keon Ye, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Honorable Yellow here going twice.
Oh, yes, to the speaker. I was immediately on Yesterday knows Conde. It's got in the shed none of the speaker nomination council. It's Mr. Damon. Aaron Daxon 24 compliment. Korea and the Armaki Amke Kudoni Saudi. What ended it just not that? Let's just vote now. I just, yeah, several file kid on it. Let's vote the fifth debate and let's vote on this speaker. Let me add that to request for fifth debate and vote speaker. Okay, that is us. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, speaker.
Honorable Yellow here. Unfortunately, there's no cease debate in Naabik'íyáti committee,
Okay. All right. Okay.
but I
Oh,
don't
yeah,
have,
fine,
I don't have anybody else in the queue. So, is there any other further comments? So, are we going to vote as Honorable Yellow here is requested?
Follow up, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Otto So.
Oh, thank you very much. See that the reason why I just posed those comments is that we have two resolutions that the sponsor has indicated that two of the first two resolutions didn't do anything, and then the second resolution, the third resolution, was geared to the Biden administration, and that's what I mean. Just the outcome of it. What were the outcomes? And in the advocacy, we know that as delegates, when delegations go to Washington, the advocacy there for our veterans is very key. Even not anything opposing, or maybe try to step on someone's toes or something like that, but I was just asking questions pertaining to this because our veterans are listening. What does the first? How effective was the first resolution? Yes, if I were a veteran, I would ask that. Naabik'íyáti committee resolution, Nabi resolution in -69-18. I would ask what the outcome of it. What were the outcomes of it? And I think a lot of it, we know that authorizes the administration and the leadership to advocate on that. What I'm getting to is that as a plan, as from a planning standpoint, I think and I'm not too sure how much our Veterans Administration utilized those documents to provide the advocacy in Washington. We know that council leadership utilized that as they lobbied in Washington. As Mr. So alluded to, Mr. Eugene So. Mr. So, this is Nabi. So, because we have veterans that are talking about veterans health care. You're talking about veterans housing. You're talking about veterans issue, but
You guys want to go move forth and vote. Sounds like that's what you guys want to do. Just not talk about it, just move through and vote. So, but those are just some of my comments. But I do support the request. I do represent veterans in my district. I do represent my veterans in the Western Agency. I do represent veterans across the Navajo Nation. As the statement alluded to, I guess that's in the delegates' perspective. But you have veterans that are listening. Oh, what's up, Ben? But sounds like you guys just want to go move forward to vote, and those are just my comments. And if you guys just want to go move forth and vote, I guess I'll just indicate, speaker, that this is just a comment that I made, and just go move forth and vote. That's the wish of the council. Thank you, speaker.
Colleagues, we're back on legislation 0184-22. Any further comments or questions? Going twice. Going 3 times. Good board.
Continue.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, vote screen. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Paul Begay, vote screen.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, that is not Shehu.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Oh, excuse me, Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 12 delegates who vote in, 13 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much for the vote, colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. With a vote of 13 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries. Again, legislation 0184-22, colleagues, is moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. That, colleagues, we're at item number 8, close the meetings, announcement, adjournment. What is the will of the committee?
Motion to adjourn, Henia.
Second by Otto So.
Doctor,
Motion to
give me
adjourn
over
at
here.
13 p.m. Second by Honorable Otto So. That, colleagues. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you.
Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. For the record, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 15 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 15 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, we're officially adjourned this evening at 13 p.m. With that, colleagues, I just now an update from Mr. Rico, and it looks like there'll be about 9 legislations on next week's agenda. So that for the fall session for 2022. With that, colleagues, that agenda will be posted tomorrow, but maybe on later on tonight. So just and for clear understanding, there is a disability awareness walk on Monday, and then there's also a domestic violence awareness walk as well. So those things will be happening, and then we will be conclude with the color purple on Monday, colleagues. If you're traveling tomorrow, well, safe travels. If you're traveling this week, safe travels. If you're coming back from Wolf Springs Ranch, safe travels. Other than that, everyone stay safe, and we'll see you when we see you. We're going to have a good evening, everyone. Thank you, staff, for staying up here with us.
Speaker,
Oh,
you as well.
yeah.